Hello, and we're going to start a little bit early, a couple minutes early today. Welcome, Bob Marley. Happy to see you again. And there's actually a reason why I want to start a couple minutes early, just to maybe a teaser for content that I'll cover later on in terms of like the role of emotion in decision making. I'm obviously not going to go through anything in depth. But this is something that I've looked into quite a fair amount. But yeah, I don't want to keep Tyler waiting, so I'm just gonna spend a couple of minutes. Well, an update in terms of this is gonna be my last stream of the year. Had a great EC94. Welcome. Happy to see you. Yeah, so I had a workout stream earlier today. That was fantastic. Last workout stream of the year, and this will be the last science and news stream of the year. It's going to be a casual conversation. I'm pretty sure casual conversation between me and Tyler about CRISPR and cloning and gene editing. But so, oopsies. Sorry. Yeah, one of the reasons why I wanted to start early is because our conversation earlier today, right, you're in the future. I try not to say things that are not based in evidence, but I'm definitely not perfect in that. But there's a reason why I say like there's a role of emotion in decision making, and if anything, I would say there's a huge role of emotion in decision making. And there's really interesting research about that I'm sort of showing and teasing on screen in terms of, so these are really interesting kind of like case studies where it's like we know, largely speaking, where emotions are in the brain. Like we know more or less where our executive functions or where our rationality is located in the brain. The regions overall. And there's like interesting case studies of like there are people that like they have damage, like severe damage to like their executive function, or not their executive function, to their emotional center of the brain, where it's like they are almost as a result of like damage or sort of like some lesions in the brain. Like they're basically like their emotional processing is like reduced, if not like largely non-existent. But like their intellectual and rational capacity is like fully preserved. And then when you look at the types of decisions these people make, and when you analyze it, like they perform way worse. In that like I'll go over this in a future stream of like we have research showing that when we subject a small patient population, because we don't have a lot of sample to work from, whereas like these people, as a result of brain damage, they have like kind of like a reduced emotional capacity to a certain extent, and then we subject them to like simple like decision making games, like whatever card games or whatever type of decision making game, and they perform worse. They perform worse than healthy controls. And it seems to be like largely driven to like this reduced sort of like emotional capacity. And this is, it's replicated pretty robustly, but this is still not like fully fleshed out. But yeah, just to like give you some basis as to like why I say like if you are attempting to like solve the gym or physical activity problem by going full rationality, it's probably, I don't think it's a rationality problem, and you're probably like focused on the wrong thing. And well, that's the next. So I guess identical twins are clones. It depends on like, are you taking epigenetics into account and all that stuff? But I would say you can totally make the argument that twins are clones. But yeah, I'll cover this on a future research, on a future science stream, where it's like, the role of emotions in decision making. And I would think I'm going to put forth the argument, and I'll back it up in the future, of like emotions play a large part in our decision making process. And if anything, they are like the primary drivers of our decision-making process. But with that, I don't want to keep Tyler waiting, because I try to always be on time for the things that I commit to. Yeah, well, so they're not necessarily assessing, you know, how good they are at card games. Just like, how do they compare to someone with, you know, their full emotional capacities intact? Those that have their emotional capacities like reduced, or like very much significantly diminished, it's much worse. Here we go.
I'm going to share my
Hello.
screen, turn on virtual cam. Hello, can you hear me?
I can hear you and see you. Hopefully you see and hear me.
Not yet. Oh, there you are. I gotta pop you out, and I will get it on screen so that these wonderful people can see
Likewise.
your wonderful face. I'm also going to screen share in here so that you can see the videos and stuff on the screen. Pop out chat. Smash, welcome. Are you live on your side, Corey?
I sure am. Just pretty much went live.
Okay, ordered. Just so I know if I should mute my shouting out of people.
Oh, I don't. You know, you can totally shout out.
No, that's okay.
My audience is tough. They can handle it.
I don't want to force them to handle it. All right, we are going to get you on screen here in uno momento. Corey Campbell, there you are. All right, and while we're doing this here, would you like to introduce yourself? I got you on screen now.
Oh, thank you so much. Well, actually, before my introduction, like, congratulations to you on like 1K followers.
Yes, thank you. I'm gonna hit the fucking horns for that.
It was only a matter of time, and obviously you're only gonna like grow and grow. I'm really excited for your channel.
I appreciate that very much. Thank you very much. Fucking, I'm sure that a subsequent mass unfollow will happen, but I'm gonna soak it up until it happens. And welcome, EC94. I appreciate that you appreciate my doggo. He is a sweet, beautiful boy. His name is Newton.
And even if there is some sort of like mass unfollow, I have no doubt that you'll just build back up and you'll hit 1K again.
Absolutely base. Once I get to 1,030, that's when I'll get the vasectomy. So we have hit the vasectomy goal. So fucking air horns for the vasectomy goal. I said vasectomy at 1,000 followers, and I will stand by that. All Twitch streamers that get 1,000 followers on Twitch should be mandated to get vasectomies. Because once you're spending that much time online, you've had your time. Fucking, you're good. You're good. You've had your time. So that's my new mandate.
But yeah, so like, well, I'll introduce myself, and then obviously I'll allow you to introduce yourself. I'm Corey Campbell. I'm a biochemist. I cover science, news, and politics. You can find me on Twitch, Corey Campbell 84, and Twitter, Instagram. Literally, it's Corey Campbell. And yeah, do you want to introduce yourself, Tyler?
Word. I'm TALORX of TALORXLIVE. I talk about destructive cults, high control groups, as well as how it bleeds into leftist politics, magical thinking, conspiracy stuff, those types of things, which we're going to touch on today. I also smoke cannabis, so if you like cannabis, that's something I also like. Yeah, so we just have a goddamn good time around here.
Yeah, your stream is always a good time. Like I mentioned before, I might not always make my presence known, but I'm pretty much always lurking in the background.
Well, you're always appreciated in the background or in the foreground. And I'm always happy to have you here. Fucking, I'm going to shout out in my chat at Corey Campbell 84. I always have to fucking spell it, like tell myself it's Campbell so that I don't spell it wrong. But I believe I fucking got it right. Does that link go to the right place?
I have no doubt that you got it right.
Oh, yes, I did. Awesome. All right, so fucking today I thought that we would talk about something that it kind of bleeds into both of our stuff. kind of some weird conspiracy dumb nonsense for a weird conspiracy dumb guy like myself, and an appeal to science and genetic mutation and biology and all of these fun things. And we're gonna talk today about fucking human cloning, and differing ideas on cloned humans, and if some celebrities are in fact right now clones.
Nothing would surprise me these days.
Oh, me either. And I think you're frozen on my screen because I'm dumb. Okay, it's
Welcome
my
to
fault.
Flavor Country.
Okay, but yeah, fucking. What are your thoughts on human cloning before we go into this? Is it something we can do? Something we have done?
So we this is very timed perfectly because EC94 in my chat asked the same thing of like, could we do it today? We have the technology, we have the capacity to clone humans today. But the last I checked, pretty much like cloning of humans is banned throughout the entire world. I think is overall like right now a good thing. I'm pretty mixed on like human cloning. Right? I don't think we're in a place to like handle that technology right now.
Well, I know this is a side tangent, but fucking I'm TALORX, the tangent king. So I'm gonna go off on one quick. What are your thoughts on genetic modification as opposed to cloning? So cloning would be the literally cloning cells to create a copy, at least of their like DNA, into another being. Whereas mutation, or what I'm talking about, or genetic modification rather, would be modifying a cell or whatever to become, or to edit the DNA to become a modified human, to have a certain color hair or eye color, or to be taller, or to not get fucking herpes or whatever, you know?
Yeah. So that's also a really great question because I think it was about a month ago. I was on a panel about whatever new eugenics, although not about hair color, but about like for diseases and conditions. And yeah, right now, when it comes to as you kind of put it, like customized, children or customized people,
designer babies.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you're exactly right. Again, I don't think we're at the place now. We have the technology to do that to some extent, although it's definitely far from perfect. But I don't think we're able to handle that technology right now as a society. Where like, I think right now I would this was my argument on the panel of like, I would like reserve it to what the medical experts deem as like gene therapy. But outside of that, I don't think I would open the window to like, yeah, if you want to like select your hair color, select how strong the person is, select their eye color, select their skin color,
resistance to certain diseases, yay or nay?
Even I'm pretty on the fence about that. Not so on principle. If it was a perfect technology, and we're able to like predict the future about its effect on humans for generations to come. Basically, my primary concern is like tinkering with someone's genes. We don't know what the effects are generation after generation. So that's my primary concern of like, we might there might be some unforeseen consequences, or like we won't know the consequences for generations later. Maybe realize it might have been a mistake.
Yeah, no, I could definitely see that. I think like my biggest issue is, even if it was like like perfect in those types of things, how do we access it? Like maybe I'm just a commie, but like I just instantly think that like only the rich
people will be 100%,
and it would be instantly like classist.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like it would just instantly favor the wealthy, and that disparity would only increase. They already have access to the better fucking. Sorry.
That's okay.
I got a fucking person I needed to ban.
Oh.
But they're gone. But yeah, I feel like there would be necessary like classist implications of that. I feel like they would have, not only do they have access to higher healthcare. I'm gonna fucking get this off my screen. Sorry.
Yeah, no worries.
But yeah, Yeah, sorry, I was distracted. You got what you wanted. I'm distracted now. But yeah, I think that that there would be implications of that, classist implications, and only the wealthy would have access to it.
I agree with you. Like we already see that now with like healthcare, right? Especially like in the United States. And so like I can only imagine that like yeah, if with this technology largely being accessible through the healthcare system, like it's only gonna like there's already massive inequality that will I think just like further accelerate it. There's someone when I was on that panel, someone made the argument like over the long term it would lead to greater equality because eventually it'll be a trickle down
Because eugenics,
trickle down
eugenics.
Yeah. And I'm like, I don't know that you might be right, but I don't think I even want to like try to go down that path. I think the risk is like way too high, and like too much collateral damage.
Oh yeah, I totally agree.
But
I totally
what's
agree.
your position, if any, on like the cloning or gene editing or designer children?
I think that like if it was something that wouldn't be an overall harm and we knew like the long-term effects of it, and it was something that could help reduce human suffering, and it was something that was available to all and anyone who wanted it in any and every way, you know what I mean, with absolutely no barriers due to finance or whatever, like the only barriers being certain health ramifications or whatever, then maybe we can go down that road. But like we're straight playing God at that point. But at the same time, God did a really bad job. So like we play God already. You know what I mean? Like we install fake hearts, we install all these different things. Like we're already playing God in a lot of ways, or not necessarily like fake hearts, but like things that help you, like pacemakers and all these different things. So I don't know. I don't know. I think we're so far away from it anyway that like from it actually being a thing that people would be able to actually do, that I'm not too worried about it. But at the same time, I think there'd be societal implications significantly.
100%.
You'd be literally creating a new class of human, and there'd be inherent hierarchical issues with that, in just the way society would form. You know what I mean? And how society would view them, and how they would view the non-edited ones. I don't know. Like without going into like some movie shit, like there would be like some issues there that I feel like society would need to be ready for before that happened. And I don't think we're ready societally for that shift if it was ever to actually occur.
Yeah, I pretty much share all the exact same concerns. Where it's like, I don't think we can handle it.
Yeah.
But it's not. I don't think it's as far off. I think it's like sooner rather than later. I'm not saying in the next 10 years, but I can potentially foresee, like, basically in our lifetime.
So fucking Miss Frizzle says gene edited humans have already been born.
Yeah.
And I guess it depends on like what we mean by gene edited.
Yeah, they
like,
are correct.
Far.
Like totally, like gene therapy, for certain diseases and conditions, like totally they are in use. Like I've covered it on stream, especially for like single gene sort of conditions of like beta thalassemia, all that stuff. Like totally there are quite a number of gene edited humans walking around. Yes.
So yeah, and that's something that's important to note. Like what I guess like should make clear is like I'm talking like people who have significant like changes, like significant like modifications that like make it so they're impervious to X, Y, or Z. You know what I mean? Like cancer, those types of things, like some serious things. But there are a lot of ethical concerns. That being said, though, like at the end of the day, like if it's something that person consents to, I guess, and it's something that fucking that is gonna help them not suffer from something, then who am I to stop them? But like at the same time, there are a lot of implications, and I think cloning and gene modification are different things, obviously, as we discussed at the top here. Yeah. So, and we'll come back to cloning in a minute, but I just thought this would be a fun little tangent that I think that there's potential, but we need to be very much so ready and ready for whatever consequences and prepared for them and planning if that is something that society ever plans to go down that route.
Right. Because like that's why there's multiple reasons why like I don't think our society right now can handle designer children for somewhat similar reasons. Yeah, I don't necessarily want to open the can of worms, but like being able to choose your skin color is really problematic.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh, for sure. I definitely agree. All right. Well, fucking back to the cloning. What are your thoughts on cloning?
Like cloning in general, or just specifically human cloning?
Well, let's talk about cloning in general a bit first, so that we can create a separation between the two.
Yeah, that's totally fair.
So, what are your thoughts on just cloning in general and cloning technology? Can you tell us a little bit about it?
Yeah. So cloning technology, super cool. And just like with gene editing or gene therapy, has a lot of potential. And like I said, I believe we currently have the technology to clone humans, but we outlawed it, I think, for good reasons. But yeah, for cloning in general, I think as of like today, I think in some countries or like in some places, you can clone like your pet, or like if your pet has died, you can get the clone of your pet. Obviously, it won't be, it'll be the same at a genetic level, but it won't be the same in terms of its personality potentially. But like I personally right now I don't see any problem with it, but I could be wrong. Whereas like yeah, I guess if someone wants to clone their pet, I can live with that. But I think anything outside of that, I'm a little on the fence about. I think I err on the side of like caution. Like I don't think we can handle like human cloning. Like just as I wouldn't want, I'm right now okay with someone resurrecting their pet through cloning.
Yeah.
Their child, I'm a little less.
I
sure.
saw a thing about I agree to that. I agree on that for sure. But I saw a thing. I think somebody paid like $50,000 to resurrect their family pet. This was like a few years ago, and to that, how much like it would it be? Like, I guess it would be like genetically identical. So would that mean that it had? That wouldn't mean that it had the same personality, would it?
No.
Like,
actually, so there's quite a bit of there's a decent amount of new research coming out, showing that the assumption, just as with humans, and the assumption that like or at least many people just assume that our personality is like strongly rooted in the genes, that certain breeds of dogs, it's like their behavior is X, and another breed of dog their behavior is Y, where it's like, to use the extreme example or the stereotype of like people just automatically assume that pit bulls are like naturally like aggressive, and they're unfortunately heavily stigmatized, where to the point of like Quebec at one point like banned like the owning of pit bulls.
That's so fucked. I met a fellow Quebecian today in chat. Fucking yeah, I just wanted to say that. Fucking got a comrade from Quebec. Fucking spicy.
Good. The more Quebecers, the better. Always support my fellow. But like yeah, there's research coming out is kind of like throwing that assumption out the window, where it's like yeah, the breed of dog like has like very little bearing on like its personality, its aggressiveness, its behavior. Like just as I would make the same argument like with humans, like we appear to be not exclusively but like largely our behavior is like socially conditioned, or like through our experiences, and all that stuff. There's totally like a biological and genetic component, but at the very least like there appears to be like a very strong, heavily socialized and through experience component that even in dogs totally thing. So
yeah,
but to answer your question, owning your dog probably like unless it's raised under very similar conditions, it's probably not going to have the exact close or a similar personality to your previous dog.
Fucking, I do have another question about that, but fucking, Frizzle says I've done SCNT cloning for cattle. I don't know what that means, but like cloning cattle. Do you know what SCNT scent cloning?
I do not, but now I'm curious about it. But it wouldn't surprise me if they're like, I don't know, did they mention like for cattle, did they say it was like for animal agriculture or for like breeding purposes?
It just says she also said that one of the biggest issues with cloning is they've already seen human cells be used without consent, which is not good. And then I've done SCNT cloning for cattle.
Oh,
So I'm not too sure.
SCNT.
Yeah, SCNT.
I heard SEN. Sorry, my mistake.
Oh,
Yeah, I think that's like a somatic cell something. One moment. I'm gonna look it up.
yes. Okay, word. Yes. Yeah. Okay.
Okay, yeah, this appears to be like a version of therapeutic cloning.
Okay.
Trying.
Y'all
Oh,
want some
okay.
therapeutic cloning? That's what y'all need. Some goddamn therapeutic cloning.
It seems like this is just like some quick reading of like pretty much like the same type of cloning that was used for like Dolly the sheep.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. And Dolly the sheep was like the first cloned sheep back in like the 70s, was it not?
I don't think was it
Or
I think it was later. I think it was like
later than
90s.
that? Maybe 97. There's a 7 in there somewhere. Let me look it into it. Dolly the sheep. 1996. Sorry, I was wrong. 1996. Died in 2003. I was way off. 1996 till 2003. And I heard that they had a lot of like cloned animals have a lot of issues with like arthritis and like shit like that. Like, you know, like issues. They have problems with like their lives. And shit.
Yeah, it doesn't see. Well, I think it. From what I can tell, it seems to be like on a case by case basis, where it's like, yeah, like there appear to be some issues with Dolly the sheep. I don't know if like the technology's progressed where like that's no longer the case. I assume, I don't know for sure, but I assume there's probably been advancements where it's probably like less of an issue. But like, yeah, it doesn't, like I said, it doesn't seem to be like a perfect technology right now.
Basically, the biggest application is organisms for farming pharmaceuticals. So then they wouldn't like clone like a full cow. They would just clone some types of cells that they would need to create these pharmaceuticals. Is that what it would be? Like they're not just like making cows and then like putting them in these pharmaceuticals.
Yeah, no,
right?
that sounds like very inefficient.
Yeah, that sounds super inefficient. And so back to the dog thing here. My last kind of question about that. If I clone Newton, let's say, he has very distinctive pattern around his eyes, like with his fur, with his coloring. Would that one, because it has the same DNA, have that same pattern?
Almost certainly, yeah. Unless that's the result of like something that was or some epigenetic influence, which I highly doubt that it is, but basically, in all likelihood, like that would be preserved. Yeah.
Oh, that's sick. Oh, nudie boy. Ooh. Yo, if fucking it gets to the point, like in like the next like, you know, like 12 years or whatever, where like cloning can like happen with like on like for my dog, I don't know. I feel like I would have a hard time not cloning Newton. I'd have a hard time like getting another dog, but Newton's just the sweetest boy. But I don't know.
Yeah, so I think that's the question in terms of like obviously, you know, it's sad to entertain the idea, but like should the worst happen, like and the technology was available to you, how would you feel about it?
Exactly. And I can see the guttural or emotional, to kind of take it back onto the human cloning thing here, reaction to, if given the opportunity, you had a beloved child die at a too young of age, to restart, you know, essentially hit the reset button and clone them. You know what I mean? Because with a clone, like with a human clone, it's not like I clone fucking, you know, 30-year-old Talorx and I get 30-year-old Talorx in a box. Like it has to grow and like a human. You know what I mean? Like it has to straight up be a human. So like I don't know, like I feel like I could see the guttural emotional response why someone would want to do that. I'm not saying that they should or that I would want to do that, but like I could see why someone would want to.
I can totally see it too. And even like in the perverse, like a really perverse scenario of like, you know, whatever. Yeah, a parent has they have children. The parents have a child, and like it grows up, but you know, it's still alive, but they want a do-over.
Yeah, they fucked up. And like Atreus Raven says, isn't that a really good way to test nature versus nurture? Yeah,
So
you can literally do that.
that would be like one of the best, if not the best way. That obviously there's like clear ethical, well, basically it's unethical, period. But like, yeah, it's like, you know, you know, you take your clone and you raise it in laboratory conditions, and then you just, you know, you see how it pans out, and then you just take the same, well, you take the other clone, you know, tweak the conditions, see how it plays out, and then take the clone again, tweak the conditions. It's like, yeah, that's like, you know, pretty as close to like perfect genetic control or that you can have. And
That's
just
better
like,
than any like simulator you could ever make.
yeah, essentially you can just like have do over as you tweak conditions.
Yes, except for they are actual human beings, though they were created like in like a lab. They are actual human beings. So, fucking seeing them as lab rats is probably not the best thing for society as a whole.
I agree
But
with you.
hey, I don't know. You gotta take the best of all the clones and keep cloning that one. Yes, clone eugenics. That's fucking like Jesus Christ. But so you said that like we're at a point you think where we could actually clone a person, like.
Yeah, I believe the technology, like if we wanted to, if there were no banning of cloning of humans, we could do it. And I think we've had that capability and technology for a while. I mean, there's a reason why we pass these laws, is because like we have the capability to do it. I believe like pretty much like worldwide, it's been banned.
Is it the type of thing, and this isn't like to play into some conspiracy theory or anything like that, but do you think that it could be to a point where it is in a facility small enough or nonchalant enough that like there could be a hidden cloning place that's cloning people? Like, do you think that that is a thing that could actually be possible at this point?
That is a really good question. Where, you know, so I don't know if anybody remembers, but like, was it like 2 or 3 years ago, where it's like, yeah, in China, like a researcher like using the gene therapy or gene editing as the example, like a researcher in China like made the claim, and it appears to be like legit, that like, oh, they took it upon themselves to like edit some children as they were in the womb, so basically like developing fetuses. And that was like largely done in secret until like, you know, it came out, and then they were understandably like condemned, and I think they were arrested by Chinese authorities, but I don't know for sure. But either way, like,
what do we know anything of the kids? Like, do you know what they were edited to do?
if I remember correctly, yeah, they were edited such that they have a greater resistance to HIV infection, as in they have a sort of natural resistance to HIV infection. They tweaked something at the genetic level during development, during the developmental stage, like basically in the embryonic stage. And I believe, since it was a couple years ago, I mean, assume that the children were born. I haven't really got the update on them, but I would assume that they're born, and I guess they would be like 1 or 2 years old, or like basically like toddlers.
Frizzle said that he got out in September, out of prison.
Yeah,
In September.
that sounds about right. So and that was like done in secret. Well, at one point it was in secret, as in like they were never authorized to do that.
Yeah. Yeah, and they weren't intending to get caught doing it either.
Yeah, I don't think so. And I think they originally, I think they tried to, you know, publish their stuff in a peer-reviewed, you know, journal. And like obviously it was like rejected, if I remember correctly. So like, given that occurred, and we've had cloning, basically I wouldn't put anything past the Chinese or some Chinese researchers, but you know, they would not be the only ones, I guess, who might do that. but I think that's like one of the largest potential culprits in terms of like kind of secret, potentially unethical,
internationally authorized cloning of people.
Yeah. If let's say if I were a betting person, I would put my. I'm not saying that they're doing it, but if I were to like choose any country, whereas like if they're doing this unauthorized, I would probably put my money on them.
Yeah, or Russia, but from what I've seen in Ukraine, I doubt it.
I think it would be a close runner-up. But given the fact that China seems to be at least really try to be like they attempt to be at the forefront of biomedical research and like sort of like not really taking the ethics into account. They just want to like push the science and technology forward regardless of the ethics. Opposed to like Russia seems they definitely don't have the greatest track record. But I think if I remember correctly, like China invests way more. They're like biotech, Russia. Be wrong about that. That's what memory is telling me.
Fucking Christ. Well, fucking Frizzle's saying that once it seemed like once he got out of prison, he's gonna go right back to editing humans. And maybe it was obviously not that long of a sentence. Obviously not. Like if they're already out and the kid's gonna be like 1 or 2, like it's obviously not that long of a sentence.
Yeah, and here's where it's like this might turn out, despite obviously like the clear, at least in my mind, the clear ethics violations, it might turn out to be an ultimate good in terms of if this child like grows up and hopefully they develop healthily and normally, but they have that increased resistance to HIV infection. Well, it's like that. It's good now that we know that in retrospect. But obviously, like the research or the experiment should have never been approved in the first place. But I guess like now that the box is open, well, hopefully there's like some good outcomes and we can actually like learn something from it.
Yeah, I guess Pandora's box has been opened. It can't really be closed. We'll have to learn from what happens there.
Yeah, and also like just to be, I'm not saying that now that Pandora's box has been opened that like it should be free reign.
Yeah, no. Should continue doing it.
I'm saying like let's close the box and like whatever got out, like it got out, but I still want the box to be resealed.
Fair, okay. Do you believe that any celebrities have been cloned?
Excellent question. There are definitely. It wouldn't surprise me if, like, given the way that Tom Cruise doesn't age, it wouldn't surprise me if he's still jumping out of planes, and given his his
Scientology,
his religious affiliations.
He's cleared his reactive mind. He has cause over life. He's OT8, dog. Like he has cause over matter, energy, space, and time. You remember the communication drills we did? Imagine that times a million.
Yeah, if he's mastered those, then...
He has. He's got his TRs in, as they would say.
So like, yeah, it would not like, it would surprise me, but it wouldn't shock me. Turns out Tom Cruise has been cloning himself in order to like jump out of planes. Like I think he's pushing 60, and he's still doing like crazy stunts. And he seems to be like still in really good physical shape. Like it's impressive.
Do you think that that's more easily attributable to something like hormone replacement therapy or like things like stem cells and shit like that, like rejuvenative techniques?
Yeah, it's hard. Here's where I don't know. I'm gonna get my hot take is
we're getting spicy. Oh my god, it's spicy.
Yeah, well, spicy for me. Where in terms of like role models, like as out there as Tom Cruise is, like I actually think like he probably just like takes really good care of himself. And doesn't like it's clear that he's always been there physically active. That it looks like he really leads a healthy lifestyle. And so it's like he might have just like as a result of just leading healthy lifestyle, diet and exercise and all those basic fundamentals, he might just have really like preserved himself. And And what I would say is like, if anyone ever asked him that whether he took like PEDs or like, you know, some sort of enhancement, and he said no, I would believe him.
Yeah, he wouldn't, because he's a Scientologist. Like, he wouldn't take like things that could change his brain.
Right.
They're very anti-psychiatry and mental health drugs. Very anti. Like, as anti as it gets.
Yeah.
Like, you're the devil to them. Like, you are literally Hitler in their mind.
Yeah. And I actually, again, as out there as he is, like, I trust him to be honest, and transparent. Where it's like, so in terms of like role models. Here's my you know, mildly spicy take. I think Tom Cruise is a better role model than someone like The Rock. Because like The Rock, I think is like actively.
You heard it here first.
I think The Rock is like actively deceptive. Where it's like it's pretty clear. Like I'm 99.99% sure like The Rock is on like all kinds of PEDs, but he will never admit to it. And
performance enhancing drugs for those videos.
I should be clear, but yeah, performance enhancing drugs. As opposed to like Tom Cruise. Again, he's definitely out there. And I definitely do not advocate for his beliefs or his behavior or his antics. But he, at least when it comes to like lifestyle and like honesty, he appears to be just more authentic.
What I will say is that he does seem to be pretty out there with his stuff and seems to be fairly honest, except for when it comes to anything involving the church. He knows of the extreme abuses. He has and will continue to lie for the church. And he has seen, put up with, accepted, and enforced extreme abuse amongst
that doesn't surprise me.
I know for like a goddamn fact he's seen people be abused by David Miscavige, and he would and will lie about that in every single case. But I agree with like the performance enhancing drugs and shit. Like if it comes to something like that, I would trust him on saying he doesn't do that. But because he's a Scientologist,
and what I would say is like, you know, I can't deny that like Tom Cruise appears to be like a workaholic or like really really hustle, so to speak, in terms of like his ability to just like work and I guess be productive, and in the absence of performance enhancing drugs, as opposed to like The Rock, he appears to be like, you know, super productive and like works hard. But I'm like, again, 99% sure it's like with performance enhancing drugs, like he's never, or at least maybe like on his deathbed he'll admit to it, but he's not going to admit to it now. So that I think that like would hurt his image.
I don't think he is on them. But what if I told you that there were a lot of celebrities that were clones? What if I told you that like one of the original clone celebrities, or at least replaced celebrities, was Paul McCartney?
Isn't he like 70 or 80 now? I don't know, but I know
he's old.
And
he died years ago.
Oh, did I miss that? Or like, why?
Oh, he died a long time ago.
You're right. Yeah.
In the 60s. So Paul McCartney, this is old Paul McCartney and new Paul McCartney. They have different haircuts and the camera's on a different angle. And that is a big one. Avril Lavigne was another famous one, which we can talk about another time. That wasn't a clone, but rather just a replacement. But before we get into the main clone of the day that I want to actually talk about, have you ever heard of Clone Aid?
Well, are we mixed? Like, we're talking about the Beetle, right?
No, Clone Aid, the company.
No, I'm talking about when Paul McCartney, the Beetle.
Oh, yes, Paul McCartney, the Beetle. Yes.
So yeah, okay. Like, I'm under the assumption that he's like still alive. Maybe I'm just not following the plot. Okay, but
it was a conspiracy.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Paul McCartney was dead, and like they had like the like a bunch of different things, like the Undertaker like was touching his shoulder and shit, and like the "is dead" was the license plate upside down and weird dumb shit. You know,
oh, okay. Yeah. Sorry, I just wasn't like the conspiracy is like he died, and like the 80-year-old version now, that's his clone.
Yes.
Okay. I'm just like slow.
No, that's okay. But have you ever heard of the company Clone Aid?
I have not.
Well, Clonade is actually, or was at least, in your backyard. Is in Quebec. I'm gonna put this in the proper screen so that you can see it in Discord. Okay, can you see the Clonade in Discord?
I can. With the pregnant, it looks like it's a pregnant person.
Yes. So this is the Clonade main fucking website here. This here is the pioneers in human cloning, supposedly. A lot of conspiracy theories revolve around this company, Clonade. Clonade is the first human cloning company in the world and was founded in February 1997 by Rael. We will talk about Rael in just a second here.
What I would say is this looks like a really like you know, kind of like 2-bit like web, like really low quality website if they're the pioneers of human cloning.
Yes, this is a pretty shitty website. Okay, it's a very shitty website. Copyright 2006 to 2009. So that means their copyrights expired, at least for this website, so that we can do shit, we can steal it. Hey, there we go. By Rael and a group of investors who created a Valiant Venture Limited corporation based in the Bahamas. In the first couple of years, has already received enormous media coverage. However, due to the pressure mounted in the Bahamas government and French journalists, blah, 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 blah. Meanwhile, the list of serious potential customers has grown to more than 250 people. Therefore, the year 2000, Rael decided to hand over the Clonade project to Dr. Bridget Bozier, a Raelian bishop. So, we will cover this in more detail.
Yeah,
because
the Raelians, is that related to like the Raelians and that?
Yes.
I know, I vaguely know of them.
He's the one who started this.
Okay.
Rael. So, we won't get into like the super deep details of like Raelian religion / cult today, because like I gotta do a lot more research on that and get a lot more info together. But I'm gonna talk about Rael just a little bit in a second here because it's interesting. But yes, so she is a part of his cult. In order for her to start working on actual cloning the first human being with a team of well-trained scientists, Dr. Bossier, or however you say it, has a PhD degree in physical and biomolecular chemistry. In her last job, she was marketing director of a large chemical company in France. Okay, I need to like look up this doctor here.
Yeah, PhD degrees. Well, I mean, yeah. I mean, physical chemistry is like a legitimate branch of chemistry, but seems like it's there are at least 2 PhD degrees, which would be exceedingly rare. I'd be curious as to like where they complete.
Yeah, I would like to see that too. I'm sure I can find this. Early life and education. Bridget Bossier was born to a Catholic family in 1956. Raised in blah, 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 blah. She attended University of Dijon, earning a master's degree in biochemistry and a PhD in chemistry. In the 1980s, she moved to Texas, where she received a PhD in chemistry from the University of Houston. Bossier returned to France, works for Air Liquide, an industrial gas company, where she remained for 13 years. She married and had 3 kids. Cloning.
Yeah, I'm reading her Wikipedia page.
Mm-hmm.
Does seem
Like she's a human.
a real person. So she studied. Yeah, was it the in Dijon was mentioned?
Dijon.
That was the
Like
place.
University of Dijon.
Yeah.
Let me go back.
That's
University of Dijon.
That's a form of mustard.
Mm-hmm. Oh, University of Burgundy. When you click on it, University of Burgundy is what it says, which is in France.
University of Dijon. Interesting.
Welcome, Why So Dankness. Yes, we have Comrade Corey Campbell, the basest in the game, the realest to ever do it, the realest that ever done it, the greatest.
2
Forever
PhDs in chemistry.
Yeah. So hey, she's supposedly doing the cloning. In the summer of 2000, a couple wanted to get a baby made by them. It's the first major investor in funding the equipment and laboratory needed, and Clonaid's first human cloning laboratory was set up in 2001. In the summer of 2001, following several visits to U.S. government representatives in our facility, and Clonaid decided to pursue human cloning projects in another country where human cloning is legal. You gotta go somewhere where it's legal. And they can help you with sterility, passing along your genes if you are, in a relationship where you're unable to bear children, fucking due to the nature of it. Fucking, if you've just lost or about to lose a beloved family member and you'd like to see an identical twin of that person begin a new life. See, like that's a selling feature of this. They're trying to sell you on that, like, yo, your kid's about to die or dead and you want to make a new one.
Yeah, that's where it's like, it's totally just like my moral intuition. Like, something just seems off with that. I don't have any like rational explanation, but that just like seems off.
Yeah, it does. If you're HIV positive and want to have a child that would be your genetic twin without infecting either the baby or your partner,
if you simply want to be cloned,
you want to be cloned.
Yeah,
for any reason, like.
Yeah. Also, like, again, I don't have. This is just like that just seems off. That's my intuition. That just seems off to me. Like, I wouldn't do that, but to each their own. I guess if someone else wants to do that, if or when human cloning gets unbanned, I mean that's you're technically immortal to some extent. Maybe not like your brain and experiences, but your genetic information is at that point.
Yeah, like it wouldn't be you in any sense beyond just your genetic information. That'd be so crazy to think that they'd look like you. But maybe they wouldn't look exactly like you. Like, maybe there would be some differences due to, like, environmental factors and things like that,
Oh, yeah, totally. Like, for sure, like, an environmental component can be at play. I mean, if you were raised one way and then, like, your clone, for whatever reason, like, was raised, like, malnourished, totally be, like, X.
Welcome, Red Act Yanks. Yes, you're correct. And we did talk about that earlier. And that would be my biggest problem with like cloning or gene editing, that human cloning generally greatly exaggerate existing inequalities. 100%. I feel like only the wealthy would be able to do it. And there would be serious societal implications and only extraordinarily increase that gap. Yeah, you're very right. For sure.
Yep, that's my intuition and thoughts as well.
So here's the steps on how to sign up for a human cloning at Clonaid, supposedly here. So you just got to fill out the contract form or the contact form so they know how to get a hold of you and shit, and then one of our representatives will contact you to discuss your situation and goals. Medical team will evaluate your case. If your application is approved, we will make arrangements to obtain cells from the cell donor, the person who's to be cloned. I wonder what they need. Like, how much genetic material do they need? Do you know how much they would need, like, for like the sheep and shit and all those other animals that have been cloned? Like, how much do they need? They need like a hair, or do they need like their fucking ass cells?
Maybe both. I don't think so. I don't know for sure. But I have an idea probably of like what they just need enough genetic material to like get the process going. And like, so I've technically done cloning myself, just not on, like, I clone bacteria all the time. That is like a routine thing for me. And you don't need a lot of like genetic material to get that process started. And so like if the fundamentals are like the same, it's just applied to humans. Like you probably just need, some cheek cells, some hair follicles. Basically, you need like a small amount. Like you can probably just like scrape enough. They don't need to like take a chunk out of you.
Well, especially for like somebody who is deceased, you know what I mean? Unless it says here, you have just lost or are about to lose. So maybe it's like you'll scrape them before you put them in or something, you know?
Or even then, you know, we saw with Jurassic Park, right? That you just need some preserved piece of yourself in amber. You could just like
Yes. Yo, everyone preserve your cocks in amber, okay? And then
that's my
one day down
recommendation.
the road, they're gonna find it, and then they're gonna take it, and they're gonna have like a, you know, millennial park, and it's just gonna be a bunch of millennials who fucking in like thousands of years in the future, are just gonna be in cages.
Yeah, just
That'll be the
just
future.
more lazy millennials.
Yeah, once capitalism takes over, just fully automated, and then just humans that are cloned will be in fucking zoos. We'll go back to human zoos.
But yeah, it's probably like similar, I would imagine, to like, you know, when you do like 23andMe, where you just need to put a bunch of spit in a tube. It's similar to that effect. You probably just need to like provide like a bunch of spit or like some hair follicle.
What if we stole Why So Dankness's cum jar? Could we clone Why So Dankness? That'd be a pretty good fucking thing to use, right? But it'd probably be dead as fuck, right?
Well, and also it wouldn't contain all the like. If you're, depends on if you're talking about like, you know, the cum itself or just like the sperm. The sperm would not contain the full genetic information, right? It's just like half. You need to, but probably, you know, if you go through it enough, you can find
if you
some.
have enough cum in the jar, then you can make it fit, is what you're saying.
Yeah, there's probably like enough residual cellular stuff, you know, mixed in there, where yeah, there's enough fluid. You could probably scrape together enough genetic information for the full genetic picture.
You heard it here first. If we can't create a new you from your cum jar, you're not whacking off enough. So you need to fill it more. You heard it here first.
Yeah, if it's a jar full of stuff, provided it's stored properly, there's, you know, I feel bad for any scientist that's got to go through that, but there's probably enough in there.
Fucking absolutely. I don't know what happened and why my shit switched. What the fuck? Okay, I'm going back to church so that you can be on the screen. Sorry, everybody. My shit just glitched. Okay, but yeah, no, that is interesting. So fucking, you gotta obtain the cells for the person to be cloned. Over the next several weeks, the donor cells will be optimized for nuclear transfer, the cloning steps of the process. Retrieve eggs from either the patient or an egg donor and proceed the nuclear transfer using the donor cells. After several days, the clone embryo will be implanted in the patient's womb or that of a surrogate mother. So once again, they gotta fucking actually have that baby. Like, you gotta brew that bad boy, you know?
Yeah, you gotta incubate it.
Yeah, that bad boy is getting incubated. And I guess you could pick, yeah, you would inherently pick the gender because it'd be the same, or the sex rather, fucking, because it'd be the same as the donor. You know, the DNA would be the same. So then, what do they do with the egg? Do they just like neutralize that shit so that it's all just the one person's DNA and not the mom's DNA?
That's an excellent.
Like, there would have to be some sort of contamination, right? Like, the mom would have to get some of her juices in there and change it up a bit.
Well,
Take the nucleus out first.
yeah, you can totally like extract. You can empty out the egg. This is where I don't know. So like there's a part of the genetic information. There's what they call like the maternal mitochondria. Not sure how that's. I assume that's still part of it. This is getting too much into the details of like molecular biology. But like, yeah, you can almost certainly hollow out an egg and just like put in the DNA that you want to clone.
Yeah. Okay. There you go. The more you know. And there would be no way, even if like the mom's like juices and shit making that shit like pump, like it just stays in the, that doesn't affect the DNA or anything like that, obviously. It's just there.
Yeah, because like all like what the egg just provides like the machinery, where it's like or like you're just replacing instructions. Like, oh, the original instructions for a chair, well, now it's for a table, and like it's the same tools. It'll go through like this. It should go through the same processes. Yeah.
Okay. That's fair. That's fair. The patient will carry the fetus to term to a normal 9-month pregnancy. The baby, a genetic twin or clone of the cell donor, will be delivered a new human life that will of the desired child will begin. Human cloning is safe and a safe reproductive choice, and our success rate is similar to other assisted reproductive techniques.
Similar.
What does that mean?
Yeah.
What's the success rate? Where's the success rate?
That's not because like, well, there's multiple assisted reproductive techniques, right? There's like in vitro fertilization, etc. Like, and it's not only that. There's like a few. It depends on the type of fertility treatment. So it's like they're really making like a broad claim. Well, we're similar to like all the rest.
To those of other assisted reproductive techniques. Yeah, that's. Did you know Clonaid is a project name? The company name under which we operate is different and is not revealed for obvious security reasons as to protect the safety of its employees and customers. What do you mean security reasons? Because it's illegal?
Generally speaking, it's like pretty much like banned worldwide. Like I'm gonna look it up on which countries allow for cloning. Last I checked, it's like pretty much like.
Yeah, it's DNA states as a donor egg. That was my undergraduate degree. Fuck, well, I can't say words. Fucking based. That's sick as fuck. Welcome, Hunter JK9. Welcome. I know you said you would ban me in Woke Potatoes chat, but I'm hoping we can start off fresh. No, motherfucker. We have similar music tastes. You're fucking out of here. Get the fuck out of here. Insta-ban. Don't actually ban if there's any mods. I'm joking. Please do not actually do that. It was a joke.
Okay, so there are
Welcome, Hunter.
70 countries have banned human, at least according to Wikipedia.
Only 70?
Only 70.
Only 70. How many countries are there? There's over 100 countries.
There's 190, if I remember. 193.
Dog. So like when I was saying some shit like, oh yo, it's like some back fucking cabin like hidden shit, dog. Like if you threw a fucking shit on a map, odds are you can clone a motherfucker there. That's not necessarily true due to land mass and those types.
No, but it definitely seems like there's actually quite a bit of countries.
List of countries.
Like so obviously like Canada, it's illegal. Australia, like it seems like most developed countries. It's illegal.
Most of the countries that have the ability to actually do it is probably correct. And like Hunter fucking says, like only 70 countries have the capacity. That's possibly true.
Yeah.
But like, I don't know if a motherfucker's just like editing genes and shit, and like some back fucking shed shit, like that dude in China. Doesn't seem like it's that hardcore, but maybe it is. It must be. Like you have to have like equipment, right? But like, how expensive is this equipment? Is a country prohibiting expensive? You know?
Probably not. I mean, obviously depending on the country, and like how much of a developing country it is. But like take a country like China, like technically a developing country, but they totally
breaking babies.
Cost and technology is not the issue. Same thing with countries like whatever Brazil or like most of South America. If they wanted to, they probably like it's not super sophisticated technology.
There you go. But yeah, I don't think they're out fucking doing it out beside their meth lab like breaking babies. But I do think
I hope
that
not.
I do think that it's like not as nar crazy as we may have expected, that it's like not impossible that it could happen. But also it's important to understand that it would be a genetically same person, but there would be a significant age difference in the person. Unless there was like, it just died as like a fetus and you're like, oh, okay, I'm going to clone it.
Yep.
And you did multiple clones at that time or something. But there'd be a significant.
How do you feel about, I don't know if you mentioned before, like, how do you feel about human cloning?
I think that like my main issues would be, like I said before, like would be about the economic situation, and I feel like only rich people would be able to do it, and it would be used as a tool of eugenics. You know what I mean? I feel like Elon Musk's dad, and I'm sure Elon himself are, already trying to do that with like just their own cocks.
Yeah,
Just trying to create as many of them as they can,
but
because they're super genius cumsters and they want the world to be filled with them.
but let's say it was made, freely accessible. It's universal cloning available. Then you'd be like okay with it, or it's
Well,
less of an issue for
I
you.
it's less of an issue. I would wonder why you would want to do that. If there were genuine reasons why, like I think that if you're HIV positive and you want a child that would be your genetic twin without infecting the other baby or partner with the virus, hey, that's a good reason that they have right there. Like I can see that. You know what I mean? But like that being said, like there's other techniques to do that rather than like cloning.
Yeah, 100%.
I think that cloning, I feel like there would be effects of that. I think that it's good at this point that it requires like a human to give birth. So it's not like we're just gonna have a clone factory where there's like 4 million fucking like clones coming out of like one dude and they're just pumping them out on a factory line. Like it still requires a person.
Well, yeah. So like,
That,
I think at some, I don't know.
that can't be abused, but
Yeah, sorry to cut you off,
no,
but
continue.
I think that particular use of like whatever, an HIV positive person that doesn't want to like pass it on to their child, like I think that at some point will be solved by like incubators for like
Oh yeah.
embryos.
Oh yeah, and I'm sure there are other ways ready to do it. Like if you're fucking like an egg haver and you have HIV, then like I'm sure there's ways that you could pass that on, like through other means. A surrogate type. I don't know. There could be some other way to do that. I'm sure there is. Um, but at the same time, I can also see issues with like autocrats or dictators or these people who are just extreme narcissists, especially super wealthy ones, like clone fucking the shit out of stuff, and especially if they're like dictatorial, and like I could see issues with abuses of women and those types of things.
100%.
I like that's obviously like a small facet, but like those are just like some of the issues I could see popping up. You know what I mean? Is stuff like that where like somebody's just trying to clone themselves and can use their power to abuse others. So
Or they just want to like keep their power through their clone. I'm pretty sure.
yeah. Well,
Uh,
the fucking royal family tried to do that forever with their inbreeding asses. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Like,
and now they might, at some point they might have the technology of just like, well, just clone the queen over and over and over
yeah,
again forever.
no joke, and like that's an issue. I think you
Welcome
know
to
what I
Flavor
mean. Like
Country.
that's a potential issue. I don't know.
Thank
I
you so much
really
for the
don't know.
follow.
And then I
Chikra,
can
much
see a
appreciated. Happy to
misogynistic
have you here.
kind of angle in that, like, what we saw with like China's one child policy back in the day, where women were kind of just like, fuck, we don't want you because you can't pass on our name. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no,
If
that's a huge problem. Like, the huge gender gap in China is like already a huge problem.
well, and even like when it comes to like just places where they don't want to have a girl, I could see, well, now that chance is gone. You don't need to take that chance anymore. You know what I mean? Like we can just have a whatever. And I can see it going back to women being seen as like meant for breeding. That being said, if it was at a point where we could do this, I'm sure they would find some ways to make like external womb type shit and stuff. I don't know. But I don't know. I could see some real bad long-term repercussions. I could see classist issues. I could see misogynistic issues. I could
For sure.
see autocracy and dictators, bloodline monarchy issues. You know what I mean? Like those are kind of where I can see main issues with that, and where I would be like, ugh, I don't know. I don't think that we should probably continue this. I'm more likely to agree to gene editing to remove like abilities to get like cancers and those types of things over cloning. I would be more likely to agree to that. But I don't know. I don't know. It is a good question.
So what I would ask maybe as a point of clarification, where it's
Yeah.
like for gene editing, when you brought up the example of cancer, so are, as in like, at any point, you're okay with gene editing, like from embryo to like wherever you are in development,
Oh, if there was a way that
or like
like
if I have cancer now and it could be as a therapy,
oh
gene therapy, like yeah, I'm okay with
oh
that. But
yeah.
like, I basically like, are you okay with gene editing embryos? I guess is the question.
If it was something that was once again, and these are huge hypotheticals and things that we
For
honestly I don't
sure.
know if we can fucking figure out without serious ethical lines being drawn. But like if we found that, there was a way to edit an embryo to ensure that cancer and all these horrible diseases and plights to society from a health wise could be just like turned off. Like if there's just like a cancer gene that you could just say, okay, no. And we knew that the effects were just that you just didn't get cancer. It didn't increase your likelihood to get other things, stuff like that. Then yeah, I'm totally down with that. Could I see some repercussions? Sure. Once again, though, if it's free and accessible for everybody, and it's kind of just all babies born just have the cancer turned off. You know what I mean? Like I don't necessarily see issues with that at this point, but it's so far away that I think we could have that fucking conversation when we get to the point where you can literally turn off a cancer. But there are things that we're doing now that can prevent things like other diseases and stuff. So maybe we're not as far away from it as I'm making it sound, to be honest.
Yeah, I don't think we are super far away from it.
Yeah, turn balding off. If I could turn balding off, oh, you bet your ass. Like I'm bald as a motherfucker on the back of my head. My hair's coming out of 3 points in my fucking top of my head. Yeah, if you could turn that off, yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, and
But
that's like, and I think there's
I
a,
won't shave it, Tricom. I won't.
I think there's a gray area where it's like as Tycrom brought up in my chat, like yeah, I think Huntington's, there's potential like great therapeutic applications of like gene therapy or gene editing, but then when it comes to like something like Down syndrome, I'm like more on the fence about, of like, I don't know.
Or
Yeah, go ahead.
or like something like are you talking about like from like a eugenics kind of ableist fucking standpoint?
Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
like or like if you could turn off autism somehow, you know what I
Right.
mean? Or something like that where you're like literally changing who that person is.
Whatever, fun fact maybe, where interestingly enough, individuals with Down syndrome, when you brought up cancer, for whatever reason that we don't quite understand, individuals with Down syndrome, they actually appear to have like greater resistance to cancer, as in they appear to have like much lower rates of cancer, where it's like yeah, that we're trying to like understand, so that we can hopefully apply that broadly. But like yeah, it's sort of like a not trade-off, but it's like super interesting where it's like yeah, as a result of like the chromosomal duplication, where it's like people view it as like a negative, but actually like I'd encourage everyone to like look into it, of like yeah, for whatever reason that we're trying to figure out, like individuals with Down syndrome, like they just appear to be protected, have much greater protection against cancer.
Huh. That's interesting. I didn't know that. I had no clue about that, to be honest with you. But yeah, so yeah, there's obviously potential effects that we seriously need to consider before doing that. And is there like, do you think we're at the point where we could do something like turn off stuff like that? Like certain ailments, diseases, not something like that with like autism or Down syndrome or anything like that, like cancer or balding, or certain skin issues or stuff like that. Like, do you think we're at a point where that could happen?
Yeah, I think we're pretty much like there now, if not really not that far off, like within the decade, because like there's pretty much like research almost published like pretty regularly now, of like gene therapy or gene editing applied to like this condition, and then like it just seems to be ever increasing, where like roll it back a couple of years, it's like a publication maybe like once or twice a year, like gene therapy applied to this, Now it appears to be like it's almost like a monthly or weekly basis, whereas like it appears to be, as with any technology, like exponential progress. So like yeah, applying it well, and I should also clarify when I brought up Down syndrome, because like technically that is not gene editing. That is like that would be because
Chromosomal.
yeah, exactly. As in Down syndrome, you know, the more technical term is trisomy 21, as in you have an extra full chromosome 21. And so to, you know, whatever, correct that, quote unquote, it would be a removal of the extra chromosome 21. And that would not be, that wouldn't fall under, that wouldn't be, CRISPR wouldn't apply there.
Yeah. The CRISPR doesn't apply.
Exactly.
There you go. Yeah. And so yeah, it's one of those things that like I think though that like if there was some technique or some sort of thing that I could do that down the road, I don't care if it mutates my genes or whatever, or it just stops the cancer. Like if you get cancer and you just go to the cancer delete clinic and they just control delete it, like that would be very cool. And I would be down for that. You know what I mean? And but yeah, I don't know, but that's also because I'm a consenting adult and I'm a human.
That's where, so I'll use my own condition, which is not purely genetic. There's a genetic, so like, you know, how would I feel? And I've sort of like had this thought experiment, like, well, if or when I have a child, you know, because basically I have Crohn's disease, and like any child that I have will likely be at increased risk of Crohn's disease. And like, let's just say it was like a purely genetic condition. And like, you know, it was proposed to me like, oh, your child's going to be at increased risk of having the condition. Do you want to like, you know, tweak it so that they don't?
Yeah.
I don't know how I'd answer that question. Yeah. It's.
And I don't know much about Crohn's disease. Like, would you consider it like deliberate? Fuck. Does it negatively affect your life to a point where it's like seriously impacts your life negatively?
Definitely when I was like going through like it has definitely significantly impacted my life, and the trajectory of my life. Like ever since my diagnosis, like it has influenced just about every aspect of my life. And that's why like I would answer I don't know, because like it has absolutely shaped who I am and influenced like many of my life decisions. And yet, at least for me personally, this is just like me, like I'm sort of like let's say content with how it's shaped my life, and the things that I've like been able to learn from it, and the greater ability to empathize with those with chronic illness, and so it's like and this might just be me putting on a, you know, me deluding myself into like putting a positive spin on a negative thing. I don't know. And totally, you know, this is just the disease is like it's a spectrum. It can be like just a mild inconvenience to like severely debilitating.
Debilitating is what I couldn't say.
Yeah. And so it's like I'm slightly more on like, you know, towards the more severe side, but not like absolutely debilitating. But I can totally, and that's why it's like really gray for me, where it's like I feel like I've been able to like you know, learn some key lessons in life, and it's shaped my personality. And so I don't hate my personality. I can't speak for anybody else, but like I don't hate.
We love your personality. and this is kind of where I was going with it, and why so dankness kind of touches on it. Let's say something that is clearly debilitating, like cluster headaches, like painful headaches where like you want to die.
Yeah,
like you want to die. Like it is almost like a fate worse than death in some senses. You 100%. Know what I mean? If you could just turn that off on your kid, and you know that you would not subject them to a fate that is just horrid, just an existence that is horrid. Mm-hmm. Would there not be an ethical dilemma on the side of not stopping that? Like if it's something like you know what I mean? Like if you have the choice to stop a disease that's just going to horrendously destroy this person's life or make it hard, you know?
Yeah. I agree with you. It's a little bit more black, or almost like completely black and white in that scenario for me, where it's like, yeah, I definitely don't want my child to pretty much live a life of suffering day in and day out.
Truck King.
Sorry?
Yeah. Oh, sorry. I was saying to Truck King in chat that yes, I am left wing. But fucking yes, and yeah, and I agree. Like, you wouldn't want them to do that, to live through that, and then if given the chance, like, is it? I feel like it would almost be unethical to not stop that, you know, if given a chance. But you know, like, I don't know, if you know that there's no negative recourse, you know, like if it's not like they're gonna get some other disease where it's like, you know, I don't know, their ass clenches constantly and it's just as painful.
Yeah, there's no like severe collateral damage or unintended consequence. Yeah, that I'm pretty much like not on the fence about, where it's like, yeah, based on that scenario, it seems to be like more of a moral imperative. Like, it's kind of like, I'd say, your moral obligation or duty to like, hey, you should not produce this new life of suffering person.
Yeah.
As opposed to, like, in my case, again, if I like learned that my child or my potential child was like, maybe not, like, I was at increased risk, where like it's guaranteed that they're gonna have my condition, like, yeah, I don't know how it, like I said, I don't know how to answer, because like, at least another way that I would analyze is like, you know, what better way, or like, you know, there's no better parent to have than someone who already has the condition, and so like I can like hopefully provide like appropriate guidance, all that stuff, and so it's like, that's why it's like, yeah, I don't know.
So like yeah, and like I fucking it's so weird, because, and I know that like ADHD is like minor compared to like a seriously like debilitating, you know, disease, and ADHD isn't a disease or something like that, but like my ADHD
but it still affects, yeah, it affects your life.
Oh,
for sure.
It seriously affects my life. And like, once again, like, this is where we get into that gray like conversation of like, oof, you know, like, who decides what is and isn't a defect? You know what I mean? Like that's where we're getting into eugenics. You know what I mean? And like, I personally, like, if I could ensure that my kid could sit there and read a book, and could like actually just like focus on something like a normal person, and not lose focus and hyper focus, and you know, if I could ensure that, you know, they wouldn't have ADHD, like, I wouldn't want them to have ADHD. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know, like, it's just so, it's so weird. Like, and if you're given that chance, that just opens so many Pandora's boxes, for lack of a better term, you know, like, I don't know.
I agree with you.
And what unintended consequences is that? Because like, what is neurotypicality? Like, maybe they'd be happier as an ADHD human. You know, like, my ADHD-ness makes me who I am, but at the same time, it's debilitating. And like, to say that it's not something that is, you know, unfortunate a lot of times, is sometimes cope. You know what I mean? But like, I don't know. It's just super. I don't know. It's hard. I don't know.
Yeah,
it's weird.
I think it's a personal, like, yeah, at that point, it's like, because I definitely can't empathize with ADHD. So you definitely know, or you have a much better idea in terms of like how it affects your daily life, your daily functioning. And it's like, you know, in the cost benefit analysis of like, you know, I think I have no doubt that there's almost certainly some advantages to having ADHD. You know,
yeah, there definitely are, right? And that's the thing, like,
it, like, yeah, like, I think it probably helps you as a streamer. So like, what if, like, you know, your child might be able to like sit down and read a book, but they can never be a Twitch streamer.
Exactly, like, and it's one of those things, and I think it kind of ties into who gets to decide what's a disability, what's an editable trait, what's a thing that, you know, and that we get to enforce upon that being with no consent. You know what I mean? And that's the issue, like, because it's an embryo, they have no consent, you know?
Yeah.
I guess we can talk about, like, do they even consent to being born in the first place? Do any of us consent to being born? That's another conversation.
Yeah, that's a huge can of worms. I'm not even sure I'm ready to have that conversation.
Oh my god damn. Fuck. I don't think I'm ever ready to have that conversation, but I ask myself that all the time. Like, I didn't ask for this. I didn't ask for this.
Yeah, no, I definitely don't blame anybody for asking that question. Like, especially like depending on the circumstance. Like, believe me, I've totally asked myself that question. Like, I didn't like why'd you make this choice, mom and dad?
Consent to be born is ridiculous. Like, I get that, like, on its face it seems ridiculous that it's just like, obviously, like, you can't consent to being born, but that doesn't mean it's not something that can be a very interesting thing to explore and a serious question you can ask. You are allowed to ask those questions. It's an interesting question. But yeah, no, but yeah, back to the gene editing and cloning, and off of the consent to being born. I think that's where there's obviously always going to be a gray line there. Tikrom, thank you for the follow. Thank you. But yeah, who do we allow to make these decisions? And like, who right now, do you know, like, who at the moment is in charge of compliance or regulating what gene editing therapies are copacetic and which aren't?
I don't. So I don't think there's basically from what I can tell and understand. Obviously at least in developed countries, let's say Canada, United States, like, to trial or do a study on gene editing or gene therapy, it has to be approved by an ethics committee. And so it's pretty much like it appears to be through the judgment of the ethics committee. They will be the ones to say like, okay, you can try this gene editing therapy or gene editing or gene therapy on this, patient population. Where it seems like some of the more popular ones, I've covered it on stream, like sickle cell, anemia, and beta thalassemia, basically sort of like conditions of the blood. Those appear to be like very common conditions that are subjected to gene therapy or gene editing.
There you go. Fucking, that's good to know. And I would like to know kind of like who's on those boards and how those decisions are made. I think that's interesting. And did you know, on the Clonaid site says Clonaid has been able to find living cells in a body that has been dead for 4 months. There's hope.
Oh, can you repeat that? Sorry.
Clonaid has been able to find living cells in a body that has been dead for 4 months. There's hope.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you don't need the amber. Well, at least you got a decent window, I guess. 4 months.
Yes, if you need beyond 4 months, then we would recommend getting your cum in amber, but just make sure there's enough cum that they can make the full genome out of it.
And that actually 4 months, that doesn't surprise me. Like, yeah, I think a dead body takes a really long time to like fully decompose, and I guess just like with the jar of cum, if you sift through the dead body enough, you'll probably find some intact genetic information that you can use.
Fair. Oh, fucking Hunter touches on a point here that kind of makes me think, like, capitalism, once it gets its grips on this, do you think there would be built-in planned obsolescence in fucking like gene editing?
What do you know what they mean by
I don't know, they didn't bring that up, but that makes me think of that. It just said like the words iPhone, and it made me think of like planned obsolescence, where it's just like, we got a better model, but it's coming out next year. So
you don't got the upgraded smart gene.
Yeah, this one has a better camera. You know what I mean?
Intelligence 3.0, you got 2.0.
Absolutely. Capitalism is going to innovate. This model is like loses weight 3% faster. You know what I mean? It's sleeker model. You know, rounded corners, and now they're going back to the square jaw,
I can totally see that happening as an outcome, that's definitely one of the concerns that I have. Like, if we open that door of like designer babies, it's like
baby.
Yeah, exactly.
You pick your avatar and you get to see what it's gonna look like when it grows up.
Yeah, exactly. I don't think we can handle that right now. where it's like, and especially if we open the door of like, okay, we can now like refine these genes, like we know how to make you smarter, and now we're just gonna start tweaking of like how to make you extra smart, and then extra, and then extra. It's like, yeah, I don't know that I want to go down that road.
Yeah, I agree. I think that definitely can open some doors to some pretty sussy places. And speaking of opening the doors to some sussy places, this Rael guy, the guy who created CloneAid, he is fucking a cult leader. And his realism, you may notice this symbol. Kanye West posted it on his Twitter as one of the last tweets, and it is the swastika within a Star of David, or a
Right,
six-pointed
yes.
star. They are a UFO cult, and they have a lot of nar shit that we will talk about at another time. But I just wanted to make everyone aware that this is the guy who fucking who's pushing this. Okay, I just want everybody to know he's the one who founded this Rail. So there's some sussy shit here.
Yeah, and well, I don't know, that graphic on the left, you know, the yes to human cloning, that I don't know, that's a scary graphic to me. It's not reassuring.
This here, yes. Oh no, and I clicked on the link and it didn't lead to anywhere. It's just a white screen and it doesn't lead anywhere. It's gone. But there was this rapper. His name was Kid Buu. And Kid Buu was a rapper who claims that he is a clone. That he is a second generation clone. He went. We'll watch a quick little clip of this, and then I want to show you another thing on him. So he claims that he was cloned at CloneAid in Canada, in Quebec. Which
Really?
It was in Quebec. So he claims that he was cloned there. So let's watch this, and we'll see.
I was cloned by CloneAid in Canada. My model number is 0112568. If anyone wants to see the registration in CloneAid.
Been on CloneAid's website. It's what we've been on. If anyone can find where I can check the registration of models at CloneAid, please let me know. Because their website's pretty broken.
Doesn't surprise me.
But they can find cells on a dead body up to 4 months, so there is hope.
Now, the clone rapper...
Fuck, I don't care about you. I want to hear him talk.
Time.
When I was cloned, they wiped a lot of memory, but when I stole the documents before escaping, I read that.
So fucking he in previous fucking things said, I don't want to watch this guy watch this. I have the actual video of it. But he said that both that you get to pick the memories that you keep and that his were wiped. So I guess you got to pick.
But yeah, to me that's like a red flag that he wasn't like, it's not how cloning works. It doesn't preserve your memories.
No, definitely not. You can't remember things because you're just a new baby. You're a new thing, and that also disproves this video. So, this video, he was tired of people saying you're not a clone, Kid Buu. You're just a human being who's lying. So he went live with his clone on Instagram Live. He fucking went live. Welcome, Oh No Melons. Welcome. Hope you're doing well. So we're gonna watch this.
About the clone being fake. Thought I was lying.
Can you hear it?
I can hear it.
About being cloned. Yo, come over here. You want me to do this?
You sure you want me to do this? Oh shit. Okay. Are you sure you want him to do this? Like, I don't know.
I don't know if I'm ready for my mind to be blown like this.
We're about to see some crazy stuff.
Fuck that shit, but
Fuck it. Go ahead.
what y'all gotta say now? You see him?
Kid Buu here also has the realism tattoo logo tattooed with the swastika and the Star of David. He has it tattooed on his chest, just so you know. We got the same tattoos, same hair, same genetic structure.
Tattoos are part of the cloning process, apparently. What?
Absolutely, and this also implies, and he was saying that these are different versions, and that's why I want to like really hammer home on that they need to be like grown in a human, and birthed. It's not like you're just 30 and you pop out a new 30-year-old that has the same tattoos, the same everything, you know. And
Yeah,
you can see
it's not a copy and paste.
Exactly, unless they cloned two at the same time and you guys both went to get the same tattoos and both went and dyed your hair and both went and got the same jewelry and both got the same everything. But you can see on his chest here, right in the middle, that's where that Star of David and swastika tattoo is, right here on his chest.
Look at my clone.
So notice, and this is probably one of the easiest like editing tricks in the book, okay? Like fucking being able to oops. Let me pop that back up here. Fucking being able to like fuck off. I'm so stupid. I keep doing it. To like just clip down the middle. Yo, if you would have shook his hand and gave him a hug, that would have been exponentially more impressive.
Yeah, more convincing in like to me this is also I'm not an editor and I have like no editing skills, but like yeah, it doesn't seem like this is like a split screen.
It's very, very easy to do. Like, you could very easily fucking do it. Like, I can bring Robolorx on screen right now. And fucking... Robolorx, you're a clone. Are you sure you want me to do this? Yes, I do.
Show me
Put
the
on
same
glasses.
tattoos.
Yes, I also have those glasses. I am a clone. And that's why I wanted to bring you on and talk about this, because I am a clone. And I have my clone right here. Yeah, my model number is 6969666420.
And I see you're doing those communication exercises with the eye contact.
I am. Look at that eye contact. It's amazing. You know, like he even like if I tell him to vape, he'll vape. You know what I mean? Just like me. It's my clone. I control him and he does what I want him to do. You know? So it's really cool. To have a clone. So yeah, this was mainly just to say that I also have a Kid Buu clone. So Kid Buu says he paid $2 million. He paid
Canadian?
$2 million. Ooh, that's a good question.
Or is it $1 American?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. That's impressive, but like I didn't have to pay anything for my clone, and like I can make him dab if I want to. You know what I mean? But I didn't have to pay $2 million because 2 million Canadian is what, like 1.4 Canadian American, 1.6
something. Yeah, I'm really bad with conversion. Somewhere between 1.4 and 1.6 sounds about right. Oh, doing the dab. Your clone's doing the dab.
Tricom did it. Tricom can control the dab too, or Ticrom. Sorry. Y'all are all capable of controlling the robo. But yes. Okay, go away, fucking clone. Back to Clonaid. Okay, they don't want that out. They don't want that information.
Yeah, you have a... yeah, no, actually, no, never mind.
Sorry?
I was going to say, do you have a clone of Newton as well?
I do have a clone of Newton as well. Yeah, I am going to clone Newton. Here, just let me clone Newton very quickly. Newton, clone. I have Newton clones. I can clone everything. You know, like, everybody gets a clone. You get a clone. Fucking all of chat gets a clone. I think it goes on the clone's dab counter. It does go on the clone's dab counter, and the fucking clone's been dabbing better than I have, so I'm gonna fucking take a fucking dab. You want a clone? You get a clone. I'm sending you a clone. Everybody gets one. You just gotta enter the sweepstakes and pay the, you know, shipping and handling, $4,000. At paypal.me/TALORXLIVE. I don't know if that's actually how it works, but that's where you can donate to the clone shipping fund. But goddamn. Yeah, no, I've been slacking on the dabs. I'm sorry. It's my clone. Goddamn.
I'm sure whatever you don't get through, your clone can get through the rest.
Absolutely. I agree. And fucking if you could clone anybody, who would you clone? Dead or alive?
Dead. Oh, yeah, I was gonna say dead or alive.
4 months dead. Okay, no, they've been preserved in amber as long as you want.
A really good question. Only one person. It'll probably be. I think it'll probably be like Bruce Lee, actually.
Bruce Lee.
I think he died way too early.
Fuck, that's interesting. Okay, what would you guys do? Would you guys be friends, or would you just bring him back and be like, okay, there you go, bye. Go.
Well, I would want to be friends with Bruce Lee, but he probably wouldn't want to be friends with me. But like,
back to life. He's like indebted to you.
Well, like, yeah, you know, he unfortunately passed away, like during like when he was about to like really take off with his movie career. And well, I was and still am a huge Bruce Lee fan to this day. Like, yeah, that's probably like the one in terms of like someone who like really died prematurely. Like they probably would have like had a really amazing life, if not for them passing away.
Yeah, that is sad. But fucking Ono Melons would clone Newton again, so we are going to duplicate Newton again and give you another Newton clone. There you go. That's for you, Ono Melons.
Do you have someone that you would clone, dead or alive?
Oof. I don't know. I probably should have been thinking about it, but fucking, I don't know. Fucking somebody dead or alive that could bring back. Oof. And it really depends on like why I'd bring them back, and then if I could just like murk them after. You know what I mean? Like if it was someone I just had some questions for, and then could just, you know, like we don't need them anymore, I think it would be very different. But if I could bring somebody back, I would probably bring back. Oh, I don't want to say something bad. Honestly, like, fuck, I don't know. I don't stand behind any answer that I would give. I don't know, fucking, just on the terms of like somebody gone too soon and I liked what they did, like Mac Miller, but like not like a political figure or something like that or anything. I don't know. I think that's unfortunate that he died. But
thank you so much.
I don't know. Streamer, just say Stalin like you would want to.
Much appreciated.
Fucking yeah, Stalin. I'd bring back Stalin. No, I wouldn't bring back Stalin.
Thank you for the gifted sub to Desperado Sensei. Super generous of you, and super grateful. But yeah, like it is a tough question of like who to clone, dead or alive. That's why it's like I think Bruce Lee is like a really safe answer for me.
Yeah, no, that is a good answer. Fucking, I would just clone T-Pain actually. I'd clone T-Pain just because he's such a brilliant human being that we need more T-Pain.
Yeah, and, fellow Twitch streamer.
Yeah, and I could only imagine the bangers that Teddy Payne fucking 2 would put out, because then that's just double the bangers, double the pain. You know what I'm saying? Like, I would probably clone T-Pain. Let's just be goddamn real about it, because they can still be alive. I was thinking of dead people. I want Teddy Payne 2.
Oh, and well, let's say I don't know, fun fact, or I don't know, as a question. So I think most people are under the assumption that, you know, T-Pain like invented autotune and like
he perfected autotune.
So yeah, so who do you see as the inventor of autotune?
Submarines. And I think it's Antares Technology invented it.
Well, yeah, no, but I mean the one who popularized it, like use it in music.
Cher was big.
Yeah, that's, I think that's my answer with you know, do you believe in love after, or I can't remember the song, but like yeah.
Yeah, that was probably one of the ones that popularized it. I don't think she was the first. I don't know if like and like it really depends on what we're like his talk box and those types of things. I think are also like fundamental to understanding like T-Pain and like the use of auto-tune as an instrument as opposed to a crutch. Similar in the sense to like talk boxes and those types of things. But yeah, Cher definitely is who I'd like first come to mind in terms of popularizing, and then T-Pain fucking like, and then it kind of died off, and T-Pain brought it back in a completely different way. And the thing is, like with T-Pain versus, and this isn't gonna go off on like a T-Pain stream. I got a whole T-Pain's the GOAT stream planned. Don't you dare worry about it. But fucking, that like he can sing. He doesn't need auto-tune.
No,
I've
seen some of your
it as an instrument.
Yeah, I've seen some of your past streams playing his music. Like, for sure. I'm convinced, 100%.
He's a goddamn. He's a visionary and like a groundbreaker, and he has 2 songs that I can think of off the top of my head about motherfuckers copying him, and it's true. He is a fucking groundbreaker in the sense of how he used it, but auto-tune, when used as it should be used, as an instrument and not as a crutch, is amazing, and T-Pain perfected it. He didn't create it. He didn't initially break it into popularity initially. He perfected it 1,000,000%.
Yeah, and your answer about cloning T-Pain, that makes sense. I can get on board with that.
Yeah, Teddy Payne is the best. Fucking okay. Bye. Fucking sorry, I said a bad dude. But
Are you
fucking
getting some trolls?
some ban evaders. Yeah, and just saying things. That just like I just don't have time for right now. Maybe if you caught me on a day where I was just like chilling, chatting, having a chiller time. Fucking not that this isn't chill, but like I don't want to deal with your stupid shit.
Believe me, I understand.
I don't want to deal with it. Get the fuck out of here. But yeah, T-Pain would definitely be who I'd clone. Because the world needs more Teddy Pain. We just have too much real pain. We need Teddy Pain.
Oh, that's a great saying, actually.
True, it's true, and I hope that that T-Pain hears that and understands it. But no joke though, like he is by far the most slept on, the most underrated, the most hated, the most whatever artist of all time. But he is also like one of the most influential. And he was also calling out fucking Kanye West for being an asshole a long time ago. So shout out to him.
Yeah, well, it's surprising to me how many people were surprised by whatever Kanye's turn. Like, I don't know. I think if you paid just a little bit of attention to his, like, it was never a shock to me that, yeah, this guy's an unhinged egomaniac. I knew this. It's a little bit silly.
He was an unhinged egomaniac, and I knew that he was going down a really dangerous route, especially with the Candace Owens stuff. Like that, and I talked about this a bit the other day. Like I've always been a huge Kanye West fan. I have 9 albums of his printed on my wall and hanging up, which I'm considering what to do with. I love Kanye. The slavery was a choice.
His music. Like, you like his?
Yes. Sorry, I love Kanye's music. Yes, thank you for clarifying that. But like when he started saying like the slavery is a choice shit, that's when I was like, oh wow. And then his just like completely going off and shit. Like from there I was like, oh wow, this is sussy. And his music started to go goddamn downhill after his whole Christian cult shit with his Sunday servicey shit. His stuff was going gnarly in his Candace Owens relationship. I knew that he was gonna go off on some narcissistic Christo-fascist shit. I figured that. I did not figure very blatant anti-Jewish sentiments and statements and like anti-Semitic nonsense. I don't like to use the word anti-Semitic with the whole Kanye shit because then motherfuckers can play the stupid Semite game. No, it's anti-Jewish, whatever. Like that's what it is. And
hateful and bigoted.
It's hateful and bigoted, and I understand, people like bipolar, and I understand that that's something that, we need to understand. But at the same time, it doesn't make you a bigot. It doesn't excuse being a bigot. And I don't think that he's just ineloquent. He's one of the greatest fucking musical artists of all time. One of the greatest fucking writers. He's an amazing musical artist. He can say complex ideas in any way he fucking wants to in an eloquent way. It's not that he's just ineloquent. I don't like that as an excuse.
I don't think he just like, oh, he struggles with words. Like, he's just being misinterpreted. I don't know about that.
Absolutely. He does not struggle with words. Miss me with that nonsense. I think he's smart in a sense and won't be told, but at the same time, he is heavily influenced by bad actors. And I think that that's really bad. And fuck Kanye West. I think that the people like Nick Fuentes and those types of people are significantly more dangerous than Kanye West is. I will never say that he's Blitler or play the Blitler card. I don't think he has any sort of power to do that. But Nick Fuentes with his AF America First shit and all this being more platformed again is dangerous and bad, and I don't like that.
Yeah, I definitely don't disagree with anything that you said. The only thing that I would say is like, yeah, I sort of got off the Kanye like.
No, we're definitely not referring to you. We're talking about Kanye West. If I don't think you made any anti-Semitic joke. I'm not talking about you, Hunter. I don't know what you're. Sorry.
No, it's okay. Nothing to apologize for. But like, yeah, even though it seems like a bit silly or maybe trivial at the time, but like, I just sort of came, and maybe I was like too judgmental, but like I sort of like, I concluded that like Kanye was like an unhinged and an egomaniac, like when during that whole Taylor Swift fiasco when he like went up on stage. If anybody thinks like that's like a decent person, and like I don't know what to tell you.
So
I think the warning signs were there basically.
So with that, I have like Kanye cope that people would have said back in the day on that. And to that Banavator thing, I get a flag on my side saying potential Banavator, and I banned him. He was saying shit that was not good, so I got rid of him. I'm not talking about you, Hunter. So like back with that whole like walking on stage and doing that was so bad and awful and dumb. But motherfuckers at the time were being like, yo, there were times where Kanye West said like, I don't deserve this award and gave it to someone else. Fucking so they're like, oh, he's just like open and honest, but it's like, dog, like that wasn't his place to do that anyway, he, like in the sense where he like gives up a thing that he says he didn't deserve. Like, okay, like that's his time to speak, not when he's like going and giving away someone else's award or saying that they didn't deserve it. Like, fuck you, dude. Yeah, so I totally get that, but that was like the cope that I heard at that time.
And I don't know, like I definitely whatever, going back.
George Bush doesn't care about black people was based and true. George Bush does not care about black people. George Bush did not care about black people. That was based and true. That was a based thing Kanye West said. And Kanye's made some really good societal critiques when it comes to racism against black people.
Yeah.
And
I will
and it's really sad to see him not see the humanity of other groups that are marginalized. It's really sad to see.
Yeah. But I think I haven't watched like a lot of Kanye interviews, but even just like going back again, like just like 10 years, or like when he was like first, like I think if you just like paid attention to interviews, like the way he talks, like I think the warning signs, at least for me, were there. I never, like, it's not like I was like, I didn't point to him and say like, oh, definitely whatever, bigoted, and hateful, but it's like, oh, I don't think this is like, not role model behavior type of stuff.
Yeah, for sure. And he did say some shit. Oh my god, you're right. Barbara Walters just died at least 20-30 minutes ago.
Really?
Barbara Walters is dead.
That's an icon, news icon.
Yeah, there you go. 93. She had a long life. Fucking rip. I don't know much about her, but that's unfortunate. Unless she was not a good person, then good riddance. I think she was decent.
As far as I can, like, obviously I'm not a Barbara Walters, but like, I think they're a pretty notable and decent person, and that like their life is, I think, largely uncontroversial.
She was decent. Good for her. And welcome, Jack. Good to see you. But yeah, fuck. There we go. Yeah, with Kanye and shit, like, yeah, he did say some gnarly shit. But like in the words of Kanye, like, name one genius that ain't crazy, and he used that as a shield. You know what I mean? Like, he like he was like, and I would feel comfortable calling him a musical genius because he was. And you know, like that doesn't mean that he's smart in any other field. Like, you know, when it came to finance, when I was a banker, I dealt with a lot of doctors, especially towards the later end of my career with the bank, because the more you go up, the more money people have to talk to you. And one of the reasons why I left, because I stopped helping the people I wanted to be helping. But some of the stupidest motherfuckers I've ever met in my entire goddamn life are doctors. Some of the dumbest motherfuckers. Like, I'm talking like medical doctors.
No, like, believe me, I'm on the same page as you. Continue, sorry.
Oh, no, please feel free to interject. And
yeah, go ahead, you can finish.
Okay, I was just gonna say, like, I think that, like, in their field, they're experts. Like, they know their field, they know their thing, and that's what they know, and literally nothing else. Like, holy shit, dog! Like, it was some of like the craziest shit where I'm like, dog, like, it was actually shocking. So like, just because somebody is a genius in one area or high levels of intelligence in one area does not mean that it has anything to do with any other field.
Yeah, I wholeheartedly agree with you, for sure. Where it's like, as you said, I definitely know medical doctors. They're human, just like we all are, myself included. Where like, yeah. So, as a result of, you know, my background and, you know, what I study and like what I teach, I don't teach anymore, but I've taught many biochemistry courses in the past, and I know I've taught many students that have gone on to like medical school and become like full-on doctors, and totally I have no problem saying that, like, for some of my students that, like, I have taught them biochemistry, a select few where like they become like full-on like medical doctors. If I like ever like walked into a hospital and they walked into my room and they turn out to be my doctor, I would be asking like for a new doctor.
Yeah.
Where it's like, I know too much about you, and I also like know how you think, or maybe don't think, and so like I wouldn't, even though you might have like passed the course and, you know, got into medical school, like, and the same thing holds true. I'll definitely, even a PhD definitely only means so much, where it's like, I include myself in that basket. Like, I'm an expert on, like, I would only consider myself an expert on like one small niche thing that maybe only a handful of people in the world care about.
And that's the thing with like true expertise, is it is in a very specific thing, and that's why often, because I watch a lot of young Earth creationist stuff and things like that, you'll see them referred to as scientists or whatever, and they have their doctorate in engineering or a PhD in engineering, and it's like, yo, that's great. You're not you're not a scientist. You're not a fucking like fucking geologist, or you're not an archaeologist, or any of these things that you're claiming specificity in. You know what I mean? And it's crazy. Like, I've been watching a lot of lectures and stuff from biblical scholars, because I do want to plan on doing more stuff on like the Bible and like the true texts of the Bible, because it's so interesting. But like, some of these people like write whole books on an individual verse, like on one verse in the Bible. You know, like they specialize in like certain meanings of like certain words. You know what I mean? Like
100%,
some
yeah.
very specialized stuff. And they're brilliant, goddamn geniuses, like beyond fucking normal comprehension, but they can be very dumb in other ways. That doesn't mean that they're based in certain ways, you know? They could be, some of the most influential people had some of the most fucked up ideologies and ideas, you know? Doesn't mean they're smart or good.
100%. And there are many examples of that, and I absolutely have no problem admitting that, like, even though I'm studying towards like my PhD, like my knowledge is not necessarily transferable. As much as I try to do my due diligence, like, again, I would only put myself as an expert of like, you know, just like the smallest of thing that really nobody else cares about.
I think that there is, though, as well, though, on top of that, something to be said for just the ability to get a certain level of degree shows, in some sense, not all sense, and not saying that everyone who has certain levels of degrees necessarily always do this, but that you're able to, in some sense, source, cite, find information, back up a claim, that you understand the basics that are needed in order to do something in an academic field, period. You know what I mean? So like that's why like when people, especially like the young earth creationists, seem to come back to it, when a motherfucker is like doing all this unsourced, uncited bullshit, gobbledygook, making unsubstantiated claims constantly, it's like, if you attained X level of education, you fucking know better, dog.
Right.
Like, you know better. So they should then be held to a higher standard as well. Because there is a higher standard that is expected. If you get that level of whatever, there's something to be said. Not saying you're an expert in all fields or anything outside of yours. Once again, everything I said stands true. But it shows that you're willing to put in, you know, some sort of level of research and back certain things up.
Yeah,
you know?
you can dive, at least hopefully, and that's like the goal of training, is like you have the ability to like dive into a new topic and hopefully extract like actually, you know, true and useful information. But obviously that doesn't, as you said, doesn't really hold true, or it only means so much and doesn't hold true for everyone.
Yeah.
And I think we have a lot of, I think to me the classic case is someone like you know, Jordan Peterson, fellow Canadian, where it's like it seems like as a result of, you know, yeah, he seems like he's an expert in psychology, a certain field of psychology, but then he'll weigh in on everything, or like speak with authority on absolutely everything, including climate change, which is clear that he knows nothing about.
Oh, for sure. And yeah, Alt Miss Frizzle teaches biotech and evolution and teaches evolution and stuff like that. Teaches bio and evolution. And, you know, kids for like the young earth creationist shit, and teaching people how to like look into things and, you know, to not fall into shit and to check people and, you know, look into things a little bit more, to check claims.
Yeah.
It is really, it is important. And yeah, unfortunately, a lot of those people use fairly, finger quotes, smart speak, the scientific lingo to fool the average religious folk. 1,000,000%. It is like corporate doublespeak. You hear it in banking a lot. You hear it in every industry. There are some things that need specific terms because they are complex things. You know, like especially in science stuff, especially when you're speaking about something very specific. But often it is used as a barrier to entry, and it's often used to obfuscate what's going on. I can explain to you a mutual fund very simply, or I can make it seem so complex that you're hopeless. Right. You need me to manage your money. You know, you need me to do it. And you know what? I'm very smart because I used all these words. Yeah. I know what I'm doing. So you don't. I do.
So put your life savings in my hands and just trust me. Yeah.
Exactly. And it's used in science. It's used like in like young earth creationism or fucking, you know, intelligent design, those types of things. It's very much used to obfuscate pseudoscience, words like frequency, energy, you know, those types of words. What's the other one? Vibration. Those are all terms and stuff that, like, when somebody says those things, those should be red flags. They're like, okay, are you using buzzwords to sound like you know what you're talking about or smart? But, like, what are those? Can you explain that further? You know?
Yeah. Which it's like, you know, it's super. I mean, these are just like, as you said, tactics to pretty much exploit and take advantage of people. And you brought up, I think you touched upon, you know, I think academia definitely has a scientific communication problem, where it's like, yeah, a lot of stuff is made, or language is used, either intentionally or not, probably intentionally, to like make things inaccessible, which I think is a problem. Like science and information, you know, should be accessible.
Absolutely, I agree. And fucking Hunter said to not get him started on Deepak Chopra and grifting scientific language.
Oh yeah, the quantum stuff. Oh man.
The Deepak generator. I will post in my chat and Corey's if you would like it.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. As much as Deepak like pains me, and that this person, you know, can get successful like spreading just like absolute nonsense.
You can too with this generator, and you can tweet it yourself. It just generates quotes. Like, your heart influences ephemeral force fields.
It's deep and profound.
Let's get more. Information comprehends quantum mysteries. Wow. It really makes you think, doesn't it?
Yeah, think too much.
You know, like the information that you get really makes you think.
Life-shattering
about the
stuff.
quantum mysteries. You know? Oh, goddamn. Like, I know we're getting off topic here, but, like, fucking, how do you feel about fucking, like, quantum mechanics and fucking, like, string theory?
So that's where it's like, that's all like kind of like spooky physics to me. Oh, like this is basically the physics. Like, I will fully admit these are things that I don't understand, or like I have like the most elementary of understanding that I wish I understood more about. Yeah, quantum mechanics, quantum chemistry, and string theory. Where it's like I kind of like defer. Even
Absolutely, Andrew.
Even like I'm in biochemistry, but my background is in biology. But I totally have like colleagues that are like their training is in chemistry. And you know, they've taken, you know, quantum chemistry courses. I'm like, even to them it seems like pretty spooky. And like even when they attempt to explain it, it's
Spooky action.
it's over my head. Or it's like, or rather, there's a reason why I went into biochem and biology and didn't pursue chemistry. I might not have the aptitude for it. I don't know. But like all of it seems really cool and a lot of potential. But I just have like the most elementary of understanding. And it's like, I want to understand it. But maybe, well, I haven't done a deep dive on quantum mechanics or quantum chemistry. But it's something that, like, on my list of, like, I want to know these things. Really cool.
Fair. I just saw the word quantum and I had to ask.
I wish I could lecture anything about quantum, but I can't.
How do you feel about the movie Quantum Leap?
I don't know that I know that movie.
Me either. I've never seen it, but it has the word quantum in it.
Now I'm curious, since I'm a huge movie fan, like, I want to see, like, what is that movie, Quantum Leap?
No, it's called Quantum Leap. It's a thing. I'm not thinking of Quantum Solstice. Quantum Leap. It was a TV series, sorry, from the 1989 to 1993, starring Scott Bacalua and Dean Stockwell and Deborah Pratt.
Oh, Scott Bakula. Yeah, I definitely know Scott Bakula.
Oh, Scott Dracula, yeah. He did this, and I don't know what it's about, but it's quantum, and they are leaping. So if you like either of those things, or Scott Dracula, I got a show for you. But yeah, fucking, I've never seen it, but I did want to know your opinion because it says the word quantum in it.
Again, that's I wish maybe one day, in a future stream years from now, I can give you a full lecture on quantum mechanics and quantum chemistry.
I appreciate it, and I only got a few more minutes here until I'm gonna end stream. So I'm gonna ask another question in regards to cloning. If you could clone infinite number of animals, like of a certain type, and you could have them, and it's assumed that you're able to take care of them and that they're happy.
Yep.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
That's assumed. What animal would it be, and why?
So actually, I should clarify. Any animal in history, like extinct or not?
Okay, or we're doing two questions.
Oh yeah. Okay. So
we're going into overtime bonus questions.
So
now we're doing ones that exist.
Yeah, ones exist. Easy answer. Cheetah. I love cheetahs. I don't know what it is. Or actually, I can explain. Like,
I do know exactly what it is. Let me tell you.
Fastest land animal. Like the biomechanics of like how they run. And all like the cool adaptations that they have. They're one of the few big cats that can like meow, and they make all kinds of like really interesting sounds. I think they're the only big cat that they don't have retractable claws. They have claws more like a dog and whatever a traditional cat. And I just think like, yeah, the way cheetahs are quote unquote designed are really cool.
Yeah, I'm glad you put that in quotes.
Yeah.
I want to know Chad's answer too for both now existing, and extinct. And I will read them out after. Okay, so Cheetah, that's your answer. For not extinct. And then what about past or extinct?
Past? Yeah, the only I'm sure well, there are definitely a lot of extinct animals, but the only ones that like are readily come to my brain are like dinosaurs. But
Yeah. That's
Uh,
fine. And I'm not talking like Jurassic Park, like shit, like they're happy and you can like hang out with them. Like Jesus pre-flood, hang out with T-Rexes is totally cool. You know, pre-flood, before Adam and Eve ate the
I would
fruit.
probably clone not a
The
carnivore.
question is, sorry, just to rephrase for chat here. The question I want to know is, if you could clone an animal, you can take care of it, it's happy, you can hang out with it, both now living and extinct, what would those animals be? That's the question for chat and for Corey. Corey first said cheetah, and now we're on to extinct.
Yeah, I probably wouldn't go with a carnivore dinosaur. I'd probably do something like a brontosaurus, just like just have a giant brontosaurus in my assuming I can feed it.
Yeah, of course. Like that's assumed. Like you can take care of it. It's fine. It's fed and happy. It's pre Noah's flood. Everything's a fucking herbivore, including fucking T-Rex.
But what are your answers?
My answer is like existing now would be a sloth. Sloths. I would just hang out with a bunch of sloths, and I would have them like hanging out. And if I could genetically modify said sloth, I would get them to be fluffy.
Okay, yeah. So that now they have like matted fur.
Yeah, instead of like wiry fur, like if they were like fluffy, like my sweet boy Nudie Boy, or like, you know, just like a fluffy. I love fluffy animals, so like something fluffy is just like, oh my god, I'm so happy. A fluffy sloth would be the greatest thing. Regardless, I would still take sloths, and I would just have them hanging out, and very happy. That's what I would do. And they just hang out.
Aren't they like? It seems like aren't their face like almost like always? I don't know. They're actually smiling, but don't they always like look like they're kind of smiling?
Yeah, they do. Fucking, they're just constantly faded. You know what I mean? Like they're just happy and like look at them. Like look at these guys. They're just hanging out and fucking goddamn birds. Fuck. Thank you and welcome, Hoser. Good to see ya. But yeah, I would have sloths. Like this guy here, like if I could ensure that their fur was like this, but like fluffy and not like spiky.
Yeah, that's super cute.
Like I would love to. They just hang out, you know, like they just chill. I could pet them, or like just flip them over my shoulder and they just hang out like a backpack, but like forwards, and I could just pet them, and they'd be very happy. And they would hang out. They're super easy to take care of. Like they eat like once every couple days. They like sleep all the time. They're not illegal in Saskatchewan, assuming you have proper permits. And I've designed a house in my brain on how it would look. I'd have a big spiral staircase. It'd be like a jungle, and my sloth would hang out in there and be the happiest, most best taken care of sloth of all time. But yes, I do want sloth. I want a lot of sloths, and I want them to hang out with me.
I'm assuming you've seen the movie Zootopia.
Yes. No, I haven't. I know what you're talking about, but I haven't seen it. I know of the show, and I know of the character who's the sloth.
Yeah, the classics. I love that movie. One of my favorite movies.
I've seen fucking. I have a thing where like I can't watch a full movie, but god damn it, do I love fucking movie reviews. So I've watched movie reviews on it, and I've seen like breakdowns on it, and all of those things, but I haven't actually seen it. Olivia Newton-John, Huey Newton. He's named after Huey Newton. Well, that's what I say, but he's actually named after like Isaac Newton. My doggo.
Based.
Yes. But fucking extinct animal would probably be a raptor. Except for the fucking Jurassic Park version, not an IRL version with feathers, because that's just a giant bird, like a turkey, and birds are my biggest fear. So like if it was like a fucking like IRL what they look like, I do not want that at all. Fucking, for those of you who don't know, raptor with feathers. This is what a raptor probably actually looks like.
Yeah,
More
descended
like
from birds.
Like Like, that's fucking scary. I don't want that. I do not want that. No way. Fucking, I hate birds. Birds are like my biggest fear. But like a raptor, like in Jurassic Park, would be pretty cool. Or I'm gonna say the name wrong because I don't know what it's actually called. The fucking trihorn motherfucker.
Oh, Triceratops?
Yeah. A Triceratops would be cool.
That's super cool, yeah.
A giant sloth. That's kind of cheating because I said sloth before, but a giant sloth's actually kind of like scary. Giant sloths aren't really like the kind of sloth that I'm thinking of, unless it was more like this. Then that's funny, and I like him. But this one looks more like a giant like capybara / anteater ass motherfucker. Like, that's just scary as fuck. I wouldn't fuck with him. He scares me. But him, on the other hand, he's hanging, okay?
And he seems super happy. Super chill.
Look at them all. They're all just having a good time, okay? Look at them. They're just hanging out. All of them. Oh, goddamn. All right. Let's see. Oh, yeah. I'm definitely afraid of birds. Birds and getting stuck in a straw, like the straw in like Good Burger, or like Augustus Gloop, getting stuck in a tube. Those are my two biggest fears. Birds and getting stuck in a tube. Unironically,
or stuck in a tube with birds.
Oh my god, no fucking way. And god damn it, and the fucking birds. They keep sending birds at me. I knew I should have fucking put those bird traps up. God damn it. Okay, so chat has said a Siberian tiger. That's
very
pretty
cool.
Tigers are cool. And a capybara. Fucking Mixed Crinkle said capybara. Fucking a capybara looks like a small giant sloth, kind of. Capybaras are kind of cool. They're the world's biggest rodent. Like, they are the rodent, even though they're the world's biggest, I think they're one of the few examples where bigger is less scary. Because like, a big rat, obviously gross and awful and scary. A capybara, on the other hand, though, is exponentially less scary than like a New York City rat.
Yeah, but it's also like, they don't have that, fleshy tail.
That's probably a lot of it, to be honest.
I think that
fleshy, gross tail.
I don't find rats. This is maybe just like the scientist to me, and I've seen too many. I don't work with rats or mice, but like I've seen enough of them that like I think mice are kind of cute, and I can see rats as also.
You can see mice is kind of cute in certain like pictures. Wild mice anywhere near me, I don't want to look at it. It terrifies me. Gross. Oh no, I'm scared. I don't want anything to do with it. But I will deny that mice are cute, even though like Hamtaro looking hamster ass motherfuckers can be cute, even though I will deny it.
And I think you got to watch the movie Stuart Little. Great movie.
Stuart Little fucking is a good movie. I know that I'm not making this joke up, and it's not really a joke. It's just more of a thing to think about. Like, fucking, I saw it on the internet a long time ago, but like, imagine being the kids fucking getting a mouse picked over you at the orphanage. You know, they picked the mouse over you. You know, like, that's so sad.
The ultimate rejection. Yeah, that's
it is.
That is life-shattering rejection.
It is. It is. Talk to the streamer that's no longer on named Nazzy Naz. Should we talk with a nasty Naz?
Oh, I know who. I think they've been banned. They I think at one point banned from Twitch.
Shit, do they show balls? They say the N-word.
Yeah. But I have spoken to them a few times. This is like last year, like literally like 2021 or something.
Word. I would clone a giant teacup chihuahua. A giant teacup chihuahua?
So then it's not isn't that just like a large chihuahua?
A large chihuahua. yeah, just a large chihuahua. Yeah, fucking. That's what we got for fucking. That's what we got for suggestions there for what we would clone. I think that there's some good suggestions there. There's obviously some other really cool animals that were not suggested. Saber-toothed tiger would be cool to bring back from, extinction. Or even like Tasmanian devils.
Yeah, woolly mammoth.
Woolly mammoth would be really cool. Oxalotls are cool. We need to protect the oxalotl. They're actually like, I heard like endangered in some areas. Like, we're fucking with the oxalotls. But oxalotls are really cool. Platypus. I think that if Ancom Psycom was here, he'd be very mad that nobody brought up the platypus.
Are the platypus endangered? I have no idea.
No, I don't think they are.
Okay.
But like just for animals that are like based and would want platypus. I don't know how to fucking spell words.
They do seem a little bit weird to me.
They are like we were talking about animals that defy evolution. He was saying like if there was one that would defy evolution, it'd be the platypus, because like they're like poisonous and like they're like fucking lay eggs and they're all over the place.
Yeah, they're like really a hybrid or like just like mixing and matching a bunch of stuff.
Yeah, like they're just an absolute fuck fest. The good old fucking platypus. Rhinos are really cool.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm just gonna go off naming really cool animals like a fucking goofball.
No,
but yeah, no, there are some good ones. Yeah, that's exactly it. Oxalotls would be fine if we weren't fucking their habitat up, and that's something that we're just doing as humans, and it's so sad and awful. Yeah, oxalotls are cute. And I'm gonna pull them up because I'm sure there's a lot of people saying, "What the fuck's an oxalotl?"
Yeah, we should clarify. Platypus, venomous, not poisonous.
Yes, venomous, not poisonous. Thank you. The oxalotl is actually what the Pokemon Mudkip was based off of. But yeah, there's an oxalotl. Very cute, very nice, very fun. They smile and they are happy. But they're not happy when we fuck their shit up. Because we're fucking pieces of shit and we need to stop. Fucking cut it out.
Yep.
You know? Stop it. Get some fucking help. Okay? But yes, any other things that you would like to say before we depart for the day?
No, other than again, congratulations again on 1,001K followers. And it's always a pleasure and great to stream with you. And I hope that there's more joint streams in 2023.
Yes, thank you. I think that in 2023, I think once I get to a point where I'm like genuinely comfortable being like, yo, I actually hit 1,000 followers. Because like I know like for instance, like even like today, fucking like some dude who's obviously a bot, fucking piece of shit asshole, fucking spam troll account followed. So I'm gonna give shit a few days to fall off. In the new year, maybe I'll do a fucking thank you, Hunter. Thank you for the follow. I think I'm gonna do a legit 1,000 follower fucking like celebration. Maybe do a charity stream and get some people together. So I'll definitely hit you up when I do that. It'll probably be in the next week or two here.
Sounds good.
But yeah, I want to do maybe like a fundraiser or something like that.
That sounds great.
And then I'll book my vasectomy, all that stuff. It'll be a good time.
The real question is, are you going to stream the vasectomy?
I don't know if I'd be able to, but I would definitely ask. Because like I could do an IRL stream. I would definitely do a pre and post like appointment, like how I'm feeling, and then a post like how it went and what happened. Because I think a lot of people would be interested on what happens.
Yeah, I was gonna say like maybe at least like film it, document it, and maybe like upload it to YouTube. Obviously, edit it on YouTube.
Yeah.
Like.
And then like and go over it on fucking stream. Yeah, because like I'd be doing like the no surgery ones. Like there's like a no.
The injectable.
One. Yeah, I believe.
I believe there's one. Yeah, instead of like cutting the ties, they can like pretty much like inject a gel. Pretty much like instead of cutting the tubing, you just like clog the tubing.
Yeah, essentially. I had a buddy who did it, and he said it was like super like chill. He said it was like a little sore for a few days.
Okay, yeah.
Like it wasn't like super like invasive or anything.
Yeah.
So that'll be fucking good. Fucking Polo game is not weak. It's just that fucking I want nothing to do with having a child, and I'm tired of people asking. So I think that's a good way to like let people know that like no, it's not a
No,
phase.
are you actually serious? Yeah, it doesn't get any more serious than that.
No, it doesn't. Well, maybe like if like my like fiance got her tubes tied, like that's more serious. You can unsnip a snap, but fucking that's as serious as it gets on the dick haver side. So yes, So yeah, I'm gonna do a celebration stream in the new year, and I will definitely invite you to that. And we will hopefully, if you're free, we will do that again. And I will
make
speak with you
myself free.
again soon.
Yeah, always a pleasure, and Happy New Year.
Awesome. Yes, you as well. Once again, shout out Corey Campbell 84. Go check them out. If you're not, you're making a serious mistake in your life.
Always a
Are you
pleasure.
still streaming for a while?
Yeah, I'll be streaming for a bit.
All right. Well, I'm gonna go right over to Corey Campbell. Make sure to go over there and follow and be super happy and based.
Thank you
Good
so
speaking
much.
with you, my dude.
Take care. Be well. Talk to you soon.
Bye.
Always great. Always a pleasure. Always love joint streams. Especially with Tyler. So, to answer your question, Bob Marley, even though I already did, I'm gonna cover a little bit of research. You sent a paper. Thank you.
Welcome to Flavor Country.
Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome, raiders. As I just mentioned, I'm Corey Campbell, biochemist, cover science and news. I'm gonna continue covering science and news. Let me just check the Discord. 1 second. Welcome. Thank you so much for passing by, Ultimus Frizzle. I've wanted to ask you this, even though I think I know the answer. But I assume that it's Miss Frizzle, Ultimus Frizzle from like the Magic School Bus, which is a fantastic show that I grew up on, that I learned a lot
Welcome
from.
to Flavor Country.
No Melons, thank you so much for the follow, much appreciated. But yeah, welcome raiders. Thank you so much for the raid, Tyler. As mentioned, I'm Corey Campbell. Biochemist, cover science and news, and I'm going to cover some more science and news. And also, like, to back up what I said on the stream with Tyler. So, as I mentioned, or as I alluded to, I don't want to speak false things. But I mentioned sort of like the fact about individuals with Down syndrome. But the alt version that I can totally get behind that. A goth version of Miss Frizzle, totally can get behind that. But like, yeah. It seems like individuals with Down syndrome, as a result of, the increased, basically the chromosomal duplication, or I guess, extra chromosome 21, it appears like that confers greater protection against certain forms of cancer. And this article like goes over some of the reasons why, or like maybe some of the speculative reasons why. But like, yeah, that is a known thing. And as you sort of asked earlier, Tycrom, where yeah, it appears to be like innate to individuals with Down syndrome, like as a result of like their unique genetics, and not like a secondary effect as a result of like differences in lifespan or some other difference. It really appears to be like as a result of their unique genetic background, that they have this like greater protection against certain forms of cancer, or like many forms of cancer. They do also appear to be at increased risk for some other forms of cancer, but it seems like on the whole, they generally have greater protection against cancer overall. I've read some papers in the past, totally. And then what else did I want to answer? Another thing. Oh, right. And also, yeah, just like I mentioned on stream, like totally gene editing and gene therapy does appear there are multiple publications, and I've gone through this publication before on stream. But like, yeah, totally gene therapy and genetic modification is being rolled out more and more. This was published not that long ago, where it's like, yeah, specifically like the CRISPR-Cas9 gene editing used for sickle cell anemia and beta thalassemia. And this was like pretty much almost exactly 2 years ago. And I believe there have been like more papers published showing that, yeah, this CRISPR-Cas9 genetic editing and modification is just like being used more and more. And then another thing that I wanted to cover. And this goes back to our earlier. This goes back to what you brought up earlier, Icrom, in terms of like the effect of one's upbringing on personality, and also for you, Bob Marley, in terms of like the effect of, let's say, emotion on decision making. Is translocation trisomy 21 mosaic Down syndrome? Do not believe so, but I'm definitely not an expert on the particular condition. Like, I'm generally like pretty familiar with its genetics, but like all the nuances. And it looks like Miss Frizzle has a better, like a more informed answer. Yeah, exactly. Translocation, definitely different than like a chromosomal duplication. But let me get up the research showing how upbringing can influence personality. I've gone over this research before, but always happy to revisit it. Okay. So, as I've covered and mentioned many times before, I'm big into attachment theory and its effects and its multiple effects on people, where it seems to like have like many effects across many domains in one's life. And one of the domains that it appears to affect is also your personality, and specifically, without getting too bogged down into the details of personality, but like generally speaking, there's the 5-factor model of personality, where you have like conscientiousness, you have openness to experience, you have neuroticism, which is like basically negative thoughts, or how likely are you to have negative thoughts. You have extroversion. And then you have, let's see, agreeableness, neuroticism, extroversion, missing one. That I know them all. A-N-O. Oh, I guess that is all of them. Yeah. Conscientiousness, agreeableness, neuroticism, extroversion, openness to experience. 5. And that is like pretty much like the most widely accepted theory of personality in psychology, where it's like those are like the most empirically validated dimensions of personality, the 5-factor model. And totally, there does appear to be a genetic component or influenced by genetics, but as this paper goes through, and pretty much, I would say, pretty conclusively shows that like a very much overlooked aspect of what shapes your personality is your upbringing, and specifically, how your relationship to your parental figures and how you attach your parental figures. Where it's like, as they show here, participants who had the secure attachment, okay, they score higher on agreeableness. They score higher on agreeableness and conscientiousness. And they score lower on neuroticism. And like, no surprise, as I mentioned, just earlier, neuroticism is basically, the likelihood that you, experience negative thoughts. So like, no surprise, neuroticism is correlated or strongly associated with depression. Where it's like, yeah, if you're high in neuroticism, so thus high in experiencing negative thoughts, yes, it's understandably strongly associated with risk of depression. And so you as a result of having secure attachment early in life, you score lower on neuroticism. And so thus no surprise, you'd have a lower risk of depression. And that is actually what you see when you look at attachment at an adult level. And what they did is they tracked people over 3 decades. They tracked them from childhood to adulthood. So this is a prospective study. Totally. So I'm hoping it's clear here that I only cover things that are scientifically validated. And I would say it's called attachment theory for a reason. It is one of the most empirically backed concepts in psychology. Where it's if we have evidence of anything in psychology, it's attachment theory. Just it'd be almost if you're questioning attachment theory in psychology, it would be analogous to questioning evolution in biology. And how do I relate this to you, Bob Marley? I will show you, or I will attempt to show you. And again, it's called attachment theory for a reason, because it's an accepted theory. This is just pretty much the most empirically validated thing that we have in psychology, which is one of the reasons why I read and research and have researched it so heavily, because it seems super important. Where if there's one thing you probably want to know about yourself, it's how you attach, or your attachment style. And just to show some of the broad implications for how it can affect multiple things. Let's see. There's research showing how it affects how you work and perform at work. Okay. And no surprise, generally speaking, those who basically have a secure attachment, they tend to on average perform better at work. But there's one specific thing that I want to highlight. Gotta search for it off stream. Okay. So, again, showing how you attach appears to affect many aspects of one's life. And so, if they're asking the question, or the question has been asked, okay, how does attachment style affect your ability to gain or lose weight, or to adopt a multimodal lifestyle intervention? It's if you want to lead a healthier lifestyle, how likely are you to adopt the positive changes as mediated or moderated by your attachment style? And as they conclude here, the frequency of insecure attachment in obese individuals was comparable to that of the normal population. Our data suggest a greater weight reduction of securely attached individuals. That's what the SAI stands for. So found in securely attached. Then for insecurely attached, or unsecurely attached. That the patient-therapist relationship was rated more positively. The conclusion can be drawn that a patient's attachment style plays a role in an interdisciplinary treatment program for obesity and has an influence on the effort to lose weight. So like, these things don't seem to be correlated at all, at least on paper. Where it's like attachment style, specifically that has to do with, how you connect and attach to another person. Well then, why would it affect, your ability to lose weight or your ability to, adopt or have, a lifestyle intervention? Again, on paper, these things don't really seem to be related. And what I would contend, okay, they don't propose an explanation here in this paper, but I would contend, I would bet my money, that it has to do with the overall emotional process in decision making, where it's pretty consistently found that secure attachment is associated, strongly associated with emotional intelligence. As in, generally speaking, those who are securely attached, they are more in tune with their emotions, or they have a greater ability to emotionally regulate. And thus, I would say they generally are better able to make decisions, or like to adapt their lifestyles, or just overall, like I said, make overall, better decisions, or like more informed decisions. And this is why I return more and more, and try to put forth and get the message across that the emotional component of your decision-making process cannot and should not be ignored. Where if you ignore that, you probably pay a huge price, either now or somewhere in the future. But let me catch up that second. Are there any online interpretation websites for that test? So there are totally tests you can take online, some better than others. And to get, let's say, a more official test, you gotta schedule, it's called the adult attachment interview. That is technically, the professional, scientifically validated test. Where it's it's the adult attachment interview, or the AAI, but it's almost certainly not necessary. I would say if you, there are some good online quizzes that you can take that will give you a good enough idea about your attachment style, and then you can go from there. Where it's I have definitely taken multiple ones in the past. I'll try to show you the one. Second. Okay. So I would say this is a pretty decent one, at yourpersonality.net. Good question. It depends on how closely you're attached. Where if your health and well-being relies on you attaching to someone in Twitch chat, I would say that's a red flag. Unhealthy. But I would say there is, I think, a healthy version of what they call a parasocial relationship. You got to know where your limits are. So this one, and yeah, thank you, Miss. They are definitely providing great information. For sure. Always nice to have great expertise in chat. So this one allows you, and I would say, to do an attachment style quiz or test. See, and you, I guess I should view my results. I've taken this in the past, and I would say their attachment style test is pretty good. And I believe this website is run by an academic department at a university. And so I think it's, again, I think this is one of the better ones. So, yeah. This is me, okay? This is my attachment style. At least when it comes to these figures. Where it's like, yeah, in general, as you can see, I'm in the, like, I'm in this, like, lower left quadrant here. And, like, I'm pretty much, like, I appear to be, like, very heavily secure. And that pretty much, that appears to have, like, always been the case. And it appears to... Yeah, and I've taken this quiz multiple times. And this is like this is tracking it in time, where it's like, yeah, you see the date here, July, so over 2 years ago. You know, this is before me streaming. So I wasn't doing this for content. It was just like for my own curiosity. And I took it again, November. So again, over 2 years ago. And you know, I'm stable. I appear to be stable across time in terms of I appear to be a securely attached individual. And this appears to correlate with my personality. Results. Website design. Greatest. Menu. Oh, right, yeah. And also, they allow you to also do a personality test. Let's see, personality traits. Yeah. And this is across time. And as I went through in the research here, let's see. Where it's like, yeah, if you're securely attached, you tend to score higher on conscientiousness. You tend to score lower on neuroticism. And you tend to score higher on both agreeableness and conscientiousness, and lower in neuroticism. Oh, and Chutoy, welcome. Thank you so much for passing by. Always great to see you. And happy New Year's Eve to you, since I think you're in the future, or rather, I know you're in the future. And so, you know, how does it correlate to me? Knowing that I appear to be, you know, heavily securely attached. Well, my conscientiousness appears to be quite high and stable across time. And my agreeableness is also, like, pretty high. It's out of 5. And then my neuroticism, okay? Here, this is neuroticism. Like, I appear to be, like, very low in neuroticism. And so, like, that appears to at least track with this research. Where it's like, I don't think it's a coincidence that these things appear to be, like, highly correlative, at the very least. Oh, and Leviticus, welcome. Thank you so much also to you for passing by. I hope you're doing well. And maybe you're in the future. I don't know. Actually, no, I think we're roughly in the same time zone. Not Happy New Year's Eve to you yet. And I think this is, again, I do really think it's important for people to know, you know, they shouldn't base their whole identity on their attachment style. But I think it's useful for you to know that, like, if you're insecurely attached, you will almost certainly benefit from moving from insecurely attached to securely attached. And I say that is borne out in the research. Where, like I said, it appears to affect multiple dimensions of one's life. where again, attachment security and obesity in US preschool aged children. Okay. And again, like I said, on paper, these things don't appear to be correlated. It's like, well, you know, how do you attach to your parent? Why would that affect your risk for obesity, right? And as they conclude here, insecure attachment in early childhood may be a risk factor for obesity. So again, maybe, they're not saying like it's, again, these are all like associations and correlations. Interventions to increase children's attachment security should examine the effects on children's weight. So they are not saying like for sure that, oh, okay, getting insecurely attached children to securely attached will like automatically, you know, result in reduced obesity. But it's I have my suspicions that as shown here in this research. You know, this research involves adults, right? And you see with this research involving adults that, like, yeah, no surprise to me that those who are securely attached, they appear to be better able to, you know, alter their life or incorporate, you know, a healthier lifestyle intervention. That's an excellent question. That is the question. For sure. How do you make that move? And again, this goes back to the research. I have asked myself that question. One second. I will elaborate in a moment, because it is an excellent question, and even like I have no problem repeating this information on like what is its function. Can they do? Yes, absolutely. Going back and forth, covering lots of, but like, yeah, totally. Gene editing has been used to treat or basically cure sickle cell disease and beta thalassemia. This is basically this affects the blood's ability to carry and transport oxygen. This affects basically your blood's ability to basically store and carry iron. But I'm gonna try and bring up the research of like how do you move towards attachment security. One second. Okay. Because like, yeah, I've asked myself literally this question, because like not applicable to me. Not that there's no room for improvement. I'll be better. But like, you know, if I'm going to recommend to people that like, oh, you should, you know, work towards becoming securely attached. Well, you know, that recommendation is useless if I don't, you know, if I can't actually provide some path forward how to do that. Like I've gone into the research to see if there are answers to that question. Like, well, you know, okay, you're telling me I should do this, but then how? And so there's this paper here. How can I become more secure? Grounded theory of earning secure attachment, and then moving toward a secure attachment style and repeated security priming help. I mean, the ultimate answer, okay, or you know, the most the most comprehensive answer is like therapy, with a trained mental health professional that is hopefully trained in attachment styles, or at least attachment theory. But there are also other ways, and this paper touches upon it. But let me just catch up with chat. Wow, okay, so what does this mean going forward? What this means is basically, as I mentioned with the conversation with Tyler, that like it looks like the research and applications of gene editing and gene therapy is like pretty much like exponentially increasing, where it's like more and more the technology is being used on humans. And I think pretty much in the next, I don't know, 5 years, 10 years, we're going to have to start asking ourselves the questions of like, how much do we want to apply this technology, and in what context? Do we reserve it for strictly genetic medical conditions, or do we start allowing for selecting for hair color, etc., etc. And yeah, absolutely, Miss Frizzle, like definitely more access to mental health resources across the board. I think everybody can benefit from that. So like, yeah, the ultimate answer is like, if you have, let's say on average, you're insecurely attached. And also I should answer your question to Toy of like, what are attachment styles? Like, what does that mean? So attachment styles are basically, it's the model or theory we use to explain and understand how children, attach to their caregivers. Typically, the mother, but obviously not always the case. And this would be the experiments that were used to like determine this. Like, it was done with children in what is called the strange situation. Okay, and it's a little bit of a weird terminology, but that is what it is. Where it's like, yeah, it's the strange situation, where like, you kind of like simplify it, or like to just like summarize it. It basically assesses, how does a child kind of like respond to abandonment, where it's like, do they respond to abandonment kind of like in an extreme or unhealthy way, or does the child have the tools or the inner resources themselves, like deal with temporary abandonment, not actually true abandonment, where like the mother or the parental figure is gone forever. But like what they do, let's see if I can get like a diagram. This looks like a diagram. Picture. But yeah, so the strange situation is, so the typically the mother and the child, they're in a room, okay, and there's toys, the child can play, and then at some point, okay, the mother leaves the room, okay, or quote unquote, abandons the child for a short amount of time. But then the mother eventually returns the room, and then upon returning, the researchers, or whoever's like observing the strange situation, they observe the child's behavior. Like, how does the child respond when the mother returns? Okay, and there appears to be basically categories of how the child responds when the mother returns from, again, quote unquote, abandoning the child. And they fit into these categories, where it's like, upon return, the sort of like quote unquote, unhealthy attachment styles, the child, when the mother returns, they kind of like suppress their emotions. Or like when the mother returns, the extreme sort of behavior is like the child does not even acknowledge the mother returning into the room. Okay? That is more in the category of, let's say, avoidant, where it's like, it seems like on, to an outside observer, the child doesn't even care that now the mother has returned from abandoning them. Where it's like, the expression is like water off of a duck's back. And then you have a little bit more of the extreme, not extreme, but like the other side of the coin. This is like more the anxious, where it's like, as a result, upon the mother returning, the child like clings, they're overly clinging to the mother. And then like they cling and they don't want to let go. It's like, oh, now you're, you've returned from abandoning me. Now I'm going to like latch on to you, and like make sure that, hopefully you never abandon me again. Where it's like, so these are like the sort of like opposite ends of the spectrum. Where it's like the avoidant, it's like, I don't even care at all. And then the other one, it's like, I'm just going to latch on extremely. And then in the middle, the balanced, that's where like the secure comes in. It's like, the secure response is like, the child, upon the mother or the parental figure returning, the child acknowledges it. The child is in distress, and they will cling, for a little bit, to the parental figure returning. But then after like they've gotten over it, like they go back to exploring. It's like, okay, the quote unquote trauma is over. Now I can go back to resuming normal activities of playing in this room. Where it's like, the child appears to have like the ability to like soothe themselves. That's why they say here, securely attached children are best able to explore when they have the knowledge of a secure base to return to in times of need. Where it's like, yes, the parental figure has, temporarily abandoned the child, but the secure child knows, okay, this is temporary, and I can go back to exploring, and that they're confident that, basically, they have that secure base to return to. That like no matter what, the parent is eventually going to return, and it's not like true abandonment. As opposed to like, again, going on the opposite end of the spectrum, one of the reasons why that explains this clinging behavior, where it's like when the parental figure returns, okay, and the child then just like latches onto the parental figure and like doesn't want to let go, it's because like they are under the guise that like, oh, like you've abandoned me once, and seems like you're going to abandon me again, so I'm not going to let go of you. I can't go back to exploring because it's the expectation that they're going to be abandoned again. And so that's why they don't want to let go. They don't want to go back to exploring. It's because like that, it's sort of like the extreme fear of abandonment. And that's why they're described as like clingy, and difficult to comfort, as in like they can't soothe themselves. They can't go back to playing in the room because they're so distressed by the perceived abandonment. And then, with the avoidant, the one that's like, it's a water off of a duck's back, this is where, again, to the outside observer, they seem, and they like during the early research on this, like they had a hard time explaining this behavior, where like, yeah, the child doesn't appear to care whether or not the parent is in the room. Like, oh, these are like really super independent children. But actually we now know, okay, this is like, this is, this anxious side, that's like a one unhealthy side of the coin. This avoidant side, that's the sort of the other unhealthy side of the coin. Where it's like, these children appear to be kind of like, they're showing little emotion, but we now can pretty confidently say that they're showing little emotion, but they're just like suppressing a lot of emotion. Like these children are feeling the same thing as these anxious ones. Like they're very much in distress, but they're not showing it. They're not showing it because they're repressing it so much. Where it's like, it's water off of a duck's back. But if you're able to like read their, their mind, or like get into like their, their internal state of mind, these children are actually like in severe distress. And that is like, that's borne out in the research pretty robustly. Where it's like, it's like on paper, it looks like they're dealing with it like really great, where it's like they don't even acknowledge, as they say, they ignore the caregiver. Or it's like, it's like to an observer, it's like it's inconsequential on whether or not the parent is in the room. But actually, we now know, like, oh no, they actually do care. They're just not like showing the emotion. These are what I guess I would call, or I think what generally speaking the researchers call, these are the emotional repressors. I know my attachment now. I have 3 in avoidance, 1 between avoidance. So now it's good to know, and that's why it's not a surprise to me. Okay, that you have 3 in avoidance. That again, if I were, that's why like I'd encourage you. I encourage anybody to discover and explore their attachment style, because I think it's really useful information to know. And this kind of like tracks, let's say, these individuals, okay, these children tend to grow up pretty emotionally unaware. Like they've repressed their emotions so much that they basically have kind of like suppressed kind of like their emotional experience. I would say they are not emotionally connected with themselves. There's kind of like a disconnect between like they're basically they don't appear to be like really consciously aware of their emotional states, or it's like it's really difficult for them to connect with their emotional states. So basically you can kind of think of it as like 2 ends of a spectrum, okay? Where on this anxious side, okay, you have, these are what you would call the individuals that they lean too much into emotion. That's why there's a lot of distress, where like they're showing distress because like they can't emotionally regulate, and so like they're really they lean too much into their emotions, okay? And then on the other end of the spectrum, okay, you have this avoidant. And there on the other end, if you have on the anxious, they lean too much into emotion. The avoidant, they lean too little into emotion. The anxious, they're too emotionally connected, and the avoidant, they are too emotionally disconnected. And then you look at the secure, they tend to be pretty much, they're what we would call, or what I would call, like the balance. They're in between, okay? They don't lean too heavily into emotion. They don't disconnect too much from emotion. And that's why you see, okay, in the literature, pretty robustly, that those who are securely attached, they tend to be like more emotionally intelligent overall, without getting too bogged down into the details of like what is emotional intelligence. But yeah, results indicate that there is significant positive correlation between the secure attachment style and all subscales of emotional intelligence abilities. And again, this is reproducible, where it's like, older participants scored higher on 3 out of 4 branches of emotional intelligence, and females scored higher than males on emotion perception and the experiential area. The study highlights the importance of distinguishing fearful and dismissing blah blah blah. But like, yeah, generally speaking, secure attachment was positively related to all subscales and total emotional intelligence score, and that is not a surprise to me. This is one of the reasons why I dug into the research, where it's like these, like I said, the securely attached, they're in between. I guess I grew up with a secure attachment style. What I would say, again, ideally, in a perfect world, if you have access to the resources, or the mental health resources, I would encourage everyone to, like, go through, you know, the scientific, you know, adult attachment interview test. But obviously, that's not accessible to everyone, not realistic. Where it's like, I would, basically, I would not be so sure, if you look at the statistics, generally speaking, you know, those who rate securely attached, depending on the study and the data set, you know, it seems like roughly like somewhere between like 40 to 60% of the population falls into the category of securely attached. And even that is a spectrum. It's not a binary. There is a spectrum of secure attachment where it's like, yeah, you can be, you know, and secure attachment doesn't mean you're a perfect individual. There's always room for improvement. Even for myself, like, you know, I've taken multiple tests. I appear to be like very heavily securely attached. But there's room for improvement even for me. But like, yeah, I would not be so quick to conclude. Like, basically, it's a coin flip on whether or not you're securely attached. So, like, yeah, just as approximately 50% of the population is securely attached, well, I would not be so quick to conclude that you know, are in that 50%. But it's not virtually every commitment in the adult world that doesn't result in a prison sentence is pegged. My operating assumption is that if someone says they'll do something, it's a lie. Works at most times, though thankfully not at all. Yeah. Again, I think it would be informative and useful, at the very least, if you know, do multiple quizzes, and like see. I want to get this off my screen. Okay, refresh. Oopsies. I didn't want to do that. I apologize. That was silly of me. But I still have... okay, so yeah, what causes not being very attached? Second... and also to what you said earlier, Bob Marley, where it's like, yeah, you don't think you repress your emotions very much. I just don't have that's where it's like, it gets super tricky. Like, if you're saying you don't have very many, I would say that tracks. I think you do, you just don't know it. Or I would just like, oh, this is just like speculation on my part. But like, unless you're an actual robot. Like, I think there's every reason to believe that you have an emotional experience. You are just, like, not aware of it. You might not be the most aware of it. Is there some reliable website that can help me deeper understand my results? I wouldn't say a website, but there's totally... you know, there's a bunch of research, for sure. I can't think of any particular website. What I can say is, you know, I've read the textbook, or I've read a textbook on it, and I can provide the textbook, in the Discord, and it'll show you, like, how much it can affect. The face when robots have feelings, but nobody thinks that, yeah. Exactly. And that's why it's like, you know, it's a silly example, okay? But like, you know, Data from Star Trek, okay? Like, they desired to become more human, okay? And Data is an android. They had no emotions. And their desire and strive to become more human, it was, you know, it was the desire to, you know, have emotions, to have and experience emotions. That is part of the human experience. But one sec. Oh, and Oily Olive, welcome. Thank you so much for passing by. And that, so this speaks to something much larger. I guess I can cover. And thank you so much for the link. Can't guarantee.
Okay, so if I were a
I have time to watch this. I'll just cover, like, I guess, this one last thing for Bob Marley. Second. One moment. Not anymore. Okay. So, what does this mean, two emotional states? Or like, what can explain someone thinking you only have two emotional states? I would say you definitely have more. But you're probably, don't know for sure, but I would speculate, and again, if I were a betting person, I'd bet my money, what little I have, that you have more than two. Normal and annoyed. Where it's like, I suspect that you have emotions, you're experiencing them, but you are, like, literally, like, not aware of it. And this is where the concept of alexithymia comes in. This is, like, the extreme end of, like, emotional unawareness. Where it's like those who score high on alexithymia, it's like, they basically just, like, can't connect words to emotions. Like, they can say they're feeling something, but they literally, like, just don't know what they're feeling. And one would think, okay, or maybe one would speculate, that, if you're just, like, not aware of your emotions, or just, like, you're so disconnected from your emotions, you'd presumably have, like, a high pain tolerance, that, you're super resilient, right? Because, like, emotions hold you back, and, like, if you're just, like, this raw calculator, that, like, emotions are, like, on the wayside, that, you just be, like, this ultra resilient person, but it appears to be the opposite. Like, the exact opposite. I understand that it's a difficult concept to wrap your brain around, but there's a reason why this concept exists. Or, like, this is like literally sort of, I'm not saying that you have this. I can't diagnose anybody with anything. I can only diagnose core, squat, and deadlift and bench press form, among a few other exercises. But I'm not a mental health professional, so I'm not saying that you have anything at all or diagnosable. Just like me introducing concepts that might be useful for you, that might be useful for you to explore, and also, like, to at least to totally convey the information that it is totally a thing, that there are people out there that exist, that they are experiencing something, and they literally do not know what they're experiencing. That is literally why this concept exists. This is like the extreme end of those types of individuals. Not saying you or anybody. I'm just like trying to explain this at a conceptual level. But like alexithymia is a personality dimension, defined by a difficulty in verbal expression and even experience of emotions. So that's literally what its definition. Defined by a difficulty in verbal expression and even experience of emotions. Where it's like, yeah, how can you have trouble experiencing your emotion, right? Doesn't intuitively make sense. Yeah, I'm not saying that these are universals, and like I have no doubt, like this is where it gets really tricky, because like it doesn't always manifest in the exact same way. I am just saying, like, the price you pay for, let's say, not being emotionally connected to yourself, the price you pay will be unique to you. And these are just like patterns and averages. This is why like I bring it up, where like, yeah, I'm not saying like those and they're saying associated doesn't mean that it causes. Like I have no doubt that, like, you know, if you emotionally repress enough, you can totally like increase your pain tolerance. But then I'm like very highly confident that that is coming at a price that you don't foresee. That might be outside of the realm of pain tolerance. These are not like one-to-one relationships. But yeah, as they sort of say here, previous findings and the present results together indicate that alexithymia may be associated with enhanced sensitivity to both internal unpleasant sensations and externally induced pain, suggesting a potential general hypersensitivity to unpleasant stimuli in individuals scoring high on this trait. But let me just catch up. But like, to answer like the question, or at least attempt to answer the question, of like the cause of this problem, it is totally fixable. Or at least, well, I shouldn't make any universal declarations. But let's just say, if you're able to say now, okay, at least with some confidence as a result of the quizzes, that you know that you have some, let's say, insecurely attached patterns, you can totally move towards security. That's what these articles, this article, but this article, or this research, is about. Like, it literally goes through patient testimonials. Have a very right, yeah. Does that differ from old age of just forgetting stuff? Not really talking about all time. No, this is different from old age. I pay 20 for not being connected to myself. Well, I would recommend that you can reconnect with yourself. So the cause, and again, I'm not saying like you fall into this category. This is like something that, you know, again, I can't diagnose, and this is more on like the pathological. Yeah, by the inability to identify and describe emotions experienced by oneself. Where like, yeah, the core characteristic of Lex is marked by dysfunction in emotional awareness. And so it's like, yeah, you're asking a good question. Like, how can I not be aware of something that I'm experiencing? Right? But like, these are, this is the thing. And actually, yes, okay. This is interesting research. Because I think it speaks to the question that you're asking. Where it's like, so what they did in this research, and hopefully this can maybe illuminate, like, or answer the question of, like, how can I not be aware of something that I'm experiencing? And so what they did in this research, okay, because I asked myself the same question, because it's not intuitive, where it's like, we know what stress looks like at a biological level, okay? And we can sort of like measure stress levels, or we can determine biologically whether someone is feeling or experiencing stress, right? We know cortisol is essentially, the stress hormone, and we know how to test for, cortisol, or in this case, salivary cortisol, basically as a marker for stress, okay? And that is exactly what they did. Where it's like, when you ask the people that they ran the experiment on, these people would say, and it was men specifically, okay, in men exposed to a social stress test, so like they would induce stress, or they subject them to a social stress test, okay? These people would report, assuming they're not lying, they would say like, yeah, I'm not stressed, this stress test, not stressful. Then you go and look at their salivary cortisol, and their salivary cortisol would say, hey, you are stressed. Your biology is saying you are stressed. And so, like, it is totally a thing that there appear, again, assuming these people aren't lying, these men aren't lying, that, like, yeah, you can be disconnected from your emotional experience. Where it's like, pretty much like not in tune with your body. Where it's like, yeah, your biology is telling you something, and like the signal, or at least, you're not able to like say the words, or like something is not lighting up in the brain. And so like, this is why we're able to say, one of the reasons why we're able to say like, oh, alexithymia appears to be a thing. Or it's like people that like they're experiencing something, we can measure that they're experiencing something. And yet they say to us, like, well, we're not experiencing stress. So it permitted us to observe that alexithymia was associated with significantly increased cortisol at baseline, but not during stress exposure. This effect was mainly due to so yeah, that's like sort of like anticipation. But yeah, I don't want to get into the nitty-gritty details just yet. I guess I should probably like devote a future stream to it. Oh, and Globus, thank you so much for passing by. Always a pleasure. And shout out to Globus the Elder. They had a great conversation earlier today with Jenny Burns about AI. So that's where it's like, no, it's not a good thing. Because like you want to be able to, like, if you don't know that you're stressed, you can't respond to stress. Like, this is where it's like the biologist in me will say like, these systems, okay, these cues evolved for a reason. And so like they have utility. And it depends on the context, but generally speaking, like, they have utility. And so, they evolved for a reason. Like, these are a system that's a part of you, that, you would want to be able to utilize. It's possible. Like, it depends on what you mean by the, adaptationist fallacy. And yeah, totally. I will check my Discord, after stream. No, not, so I understand the point that you're trying to make. Where it's like, but nipples have a function. Like, yeah, nipples on males, they may not serve a function, but they have a function in terms of like, we evolved. I don't think the analogy holds one-to-one in the example that you're giving. Because like that is, like, we evolved because, nipples on males, it's because like we start off default as females. Okay, so like it has a utility. And then through development, like yeah, there's no use. But like we evolve the default female form for a reason. That's adaptable. I am not saying that like nipples on males are adaptable. Like I don't think that analogy holds. Yes, like that is true. But that's where not directly. But then it becomes a question of like, you know, what do you use versus like what you don't use. And like, you know, what metric or like what could be your guiding principle of like, you know, whatever, I'll use my left hand and not my right hand type of thing. Well, we don't know for sure. And I would say I don't think there's any incidental, like I don't consider nipples on males like an incidental like hitchhiker. And like also like I think it's fair to say that like you know, nipples on males, like they don't interact with the external world. Aside from like whatever friction on your t-shirt to get down into like the nitty-gritty details. Where it's like yeah, like the nipples on males, like they don't interface with the world aside from like whatever some like very niche you know, intimate acts outside of that. And even then actually, you know, they can be considered potentially an erogenous zone as part of human sexuality, right? So even then I don't think that analogy holds per se. But let me just, I don't know what the stress test they use, but it's possible they aren't stressed because they used to a similar environment, when out of the comfort. It is possible, but generally speaking, in these types of research, you know, these are researchers, and like, you know, part of the research is, you know, to research stress. So they generally have good tools on how to induce stress in a person. But yeah, to answer your question, to make it better, I should probably devote like an entire stream, because that's like a much larger much larger rabbit hole to go down. But it is totally a valid and good question to ask. And like, if let's say you know that you're insecurely attached, then like yeah, it is totally useful to move towards security. Yes, I can totally interpret them, for sure. If you trust my feedback and judgment, you can send them either through DM or whatever way that you want to send them. No problem looking at them and providing my feedback. But like yeah, you know, the ultimate answer to the question of like how can I move towards security is like yeah, through a trained mental health professional. But like if you want resources from my part, then I can provide, I'd be more than happy to share any resource. Yeah. So actually, or the Olive, you bring up an excellent point, and we see this in the psychological research pretty often, where it's like yeah, one of the issues that they have to deal with in psychological research, where like very often they take a set of people, they subject them to, you know, whatever psychological test, then there's the intervention, and then they see how they perform on the test after the intervention. But very often, you know, you see better performance in the test because they've learned, they have prior experience with the test. And so now they're better at the test. But psychological researchers know this, and like they're able to like correct for these types of factors. Owen Wick, welcome. Thanks so much for passing by. I hope you're doing well. You definitely had a panel earlier today. If you're not following Wick, definitely be following Wick. I have weird attachments now. I send all my attachments in line to the message body, but some people complain that they're out of tradition. That is definitely weird, but I'm not going to judge it. Whatever works for you. It was definitely a panel on feminism, for sure. And yeah, to your point, Chu Toy, it's kind of like, you know, I do think so far that like, and I think the research and, you know, biologists and medical doctors have like clued in that like, it appears like just about everything in the human body that, you know, we have evolved, depending on the context, it has like a function and serves some sort of purpose. And certainly not everything is adaptable, but even, okay, and this goes back, I can relate this to attachment styles, because like attachment styles appear to be, you know, maladaptive. Oh, and John, welcome. Thank you so much for passing by. Happy to see you. I hope you're doing well. And at least in a few minutes, it'll be officially, a happy New Year's Eve. Everyone in the same time zone as me. But like, yeah. So even though, okay, across the lifespan, okay, insecure attachment appears to be maladaptive, right? As I mentioned before, you know, insecure attachment associated with a greater risk of, let's say, obesity, a greater risk of anxiety and depression, etc., etc. And so, like, why is it that why would anybody develop an insecure attachment? Well, it's an adaptation in the context of your childhood, in that, like, it allows you to deal with, let's say, maybe a less than ideal childhood experience. It only becomes maladaptive like when you grow up, or like across the lifespan, and this is where it's you need to adapt to your circumstances. Like once you are no longer reliant on your parental figure, then like an insecure attachment, like no longer adaptive, and so you want to hopefully like correct for that. Hopefully develop new and healthier patterns. And like that question has been asked in the research. Back in. Let me see. Moment. One second. Okay. Well, whoopsies. Too big. But like, yeah, again, I've asked myself this question. And so have obviously the researchers. Like when I dug into the researchers. And it's like, yeah, it's a little bit of a paradox, right? It's like, if being insecurely attached is correlated or associated with so many negative outcomes, then why ever develop this type of attachment style to begin with? And that's literally what this addresses. It's like, how can so many of us have no adaptive advantages? That's where it's like it's contextual. Where it's like, yes, totally an insecure attachment style, like it provides an adaptive advantage, but it's in a very niche context or environment. That's why like it evolved for a reason. It's just like that reason, like it's not adaptable across the entire lifespan. And even here, they sort of like argue that a social group containing members with different attachment patterns may be more conducive to survival than a homogeneous group of securely attached individuals. Yeah, no, you are. That's literally what they're saying, right? As in, it allows you to survive, but you are correct, not necessarily happy or satisfied in life. That's where the distinction lies. Where it's like, yeah, evolution. It's like, generally speaking, it's like strictly concerned with survival. Like you said, not necessarily happy, satisfied, or maximal well-being. And that's why, like I say that these insecure attachment patterns, like they're adaptive. And I guess, to add on to, or to, include that, I mean adaptive in the sense that like they allow you to survive, but they don't necessarily lead or cultivate, happiness or well-being or contentment. That's why it's like, I would argue, and the research bears it out, like generally speaking, it's the secure type of attachment that like is generally more conducive to happiness, well-being, contentment, etc., etc. And like, yeah, there's adaptive functions of insecure attachment strategies. These are strategies. You just like, you need to be aware of when a strategy is no longer working for you. You collab with a science Twitch streamer yet? You mostly collab with well, that's the thing. One of the things is like, there's not a lot of science Twitch streamers, and B, all of the science Twitch streamers that are available, the other science Twitch streamers are not necessarily open to collaboration. And D, I'm a very small content creator. And like, I would say the majority of science Twitch streamers are like, whatever, bigger. Well, they are bigger than me, have a greater audience. And so they're not necessarily, I'm a nobody, basically. Like, why collab with me? But like, yeah, I should probably devote a future stream to answering the question of like, how do you move towards attachments? Like, that is a valid question. And like, yeah, let's say it's not good of me to say you should move towards attachment security without providing any resources on how you go about doing silly things. Like, yeah, I will devote a future stream of like, well, on the how. But to wrap up, Boy the Olive sent this video. I'm gonna wrap up by watching this.
White person, and I said I want to transition into a black person. And I'm redefining what blackness is to fit what I view it as, right? Would you consider that appropriation?
I consider that dodging, and I consider that comparing apples to oranges, because race and gender identity are two separate different things.
Step forward if you agree. The transgender movement is indoctrinating our youth.
we are seeing, especially on social media, on TikTok, you're seeing a lot of people in this community really just targeting children, and you're seeing drag shows, even in conservative states like Texas, and even just media, movies, like it seems like everything seems to be targeted at these kids. You have drag story hour for kids, and it's just really, I think, predatory in a way. And I'm not saying every trans person is doing this, but as a whole, there does seem to be a route that they're taking to get to the kids.
And when you hear Blue's Clues playing in the next room, and then you hear the gay parade song, it's Blue's Clues, you're not expecting to be talking to the children about that. It really makes you wonder, are they really coming for the children?
And I think we see in our population now the rate of young children who are identifying as transgender, non-binary is skyrocketing. And I think there's something to be said for people who are truly experiencing gender dysphoria, which we recognize exists, and those who are experiencing what is now going to be called, or in the future going to be called, this social contagion gender dysphoria, where they're being exposed to it on social media or in school, or mom and dad are having a conversation about it with children, and children are now starting to develop gender confusion.
Or even babies, right? People who are being born, they don't have to put the gender on the birth certificate, and they're saying you can choose whatever you want to be. Like, that's so dangerous. And even lying to them, saying like, oh, if we put you on hormone blockers at this age, it won't do anything to your puberty, it won't affect you long term. And it's just a straight up lie. And there's like an entire Reddit thread dedicated to people who've transitioned, talking about how much they hate their life now because they
yeah, I'm definitely not in favor of ruining anybody's life, for sure. I hope that's clear.
transitioned as a child, and now they amputated off healthy body parts and are miserable.
All right. Can the disagreeer step forward?
The fact that the trans movement has got people shook has me so excited. The trans movement is not indoctrinating our youth. Our youth are understanding who they are at a younger age. And from what I was hearing over here is a lot of what y'all were saying, I wonder would you say it to the parents? Because we need to really look at what the parents of trans youth really go through. Trans youth, instead of them enjoying their life, playing with their friends, they're up in legislation trying to fight for basic rights here. 1 in 5 transgender youth have tried to commit suicide. Why are we trying to police them?
But you're bringing it only to the parents. The question was indoctrination in general, am I correct? And then,
But they are part of that conversation. Someone said something about drag shows coming to schools or whatnot. The kids enjoyed it. The parents just had a problem with it. But that's their issue. It's only someone dressed in drag reading a story.
Is
that could have
drag
been
not
anybody.
blackface for women? I see it as a caricature of womanhood.
But inherently
It's
sexual as
insulting.
well.
I have to agree with you guys. I do not like the drag queen social hours. I personally, as a trans person, didn't ever go to a drag show until I was about 40. I'm not for the sexualization of kids. Why are we not letting kids be kids and bringing sex into their lives so early?
I think it's predatory in general to talk about sex with children.
Yeah.
Straight sex, any kind of sex.
Who's teaching sex to 3rd grade children? I really want to know.
Have you looked at the California curriculum for sex education? You need to.
I know that when I was in...
Oh, yeah, well, yeah, I trust you, True Toy. And yeah, this is my position as well. In terms of, like, I guess they have the right to publish it, even though I haven't read it. But I like, if you don't agree with it, I probably don't agree with it.
Preschool, I got my first crush on a boy, because to me at the time, he was in kindergarten, he looked like Prince Eric from
Little Mermaid.
Yeah, Little Mermaid. I don't think like fucking him ever crossed my mind when I was 4, but obviously like it would have been good to know that like it's okay, like if you have these feelings for someone of the same sex.
When we think of youth in general, they're having sex at a lot younger age, whether we like it or not. Let's just keep it 100% real.
You don't think it's because of that?
I do not think it's because of that. It starts at home with parents teaching their children, because one or two things are going to happen. Either you teach your children or the world is going to teach your kids. That's the reality of it.
They are learning about it at younger ages from some adults, or even their peers who learned about it from adults. That is, in definition, indoctrination. As a mother, and seeing what my children are going to have to be introduced to at such a young age, like I didn't even know what a gay person was till I was like 12. And so they're gonna be having these really heavy adult conversations at a really young age just because of their exposure. And that is honestly just scary, because I don't want to have those conversations. That's why I will be homeschooling my kids, because I do believe it is my responsibility to protect them and shield them from the outside world, which is targeting children.
The trans community and the trans...
Isn't that kind of like, you know, helicopter parenting? Which is like, at least from what I observe, or from what I can tell, like generally speaking, like conservatives are like against helicopter parenting. But it seems like they specifically want to protect them from what I guess, you know, these quote unquote crazy ideas.
This movement is really shaking the course of what people think gender identity is supposed to be.
So in one sentence, you're saying that you guys are not responsible for the indoctrination that's currently happening with
Absolutely
children.
not.
And in the second sentence,
It's like, I don't know, the arguments that I hear, again, I hear from conservatives, like, you know, no helicopter parenting, you know, you gotta like let your children live, and, you know, you gotta challenge them, and, you know, that'll make them like tough. But then like, oh, if you challenge their ideas, I guess, or expose them to these dangerous ideas, then it's a bad thing. Helicopter parenting is generally like the parent that is like pretty much like always hovering over the child, pretty much like trying to protect them from absolutely everything. Yeah, it's called helicopter parenting because it's almost like, you know, the parent is like always on top of the child, like following them, trying to protect them 24/7. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. That's pretty much what I conclude as well. It's like the selective helicopter parenting. Like, no, like children, they gotta be free to play and explore, but not these ideas.
you are saying we are shook by the fact that you are responsible for it.
No, you are shook at the fact that the trans movement has become what it is.
A movement that influences people all over the world, and particularly children. And we see it in the fact that the number of young people identifying as transgender, non-binary, gender fluid, genderqueer is skyrocketing, which means that children are being exposed to these ideas. And it's certainly coming from institutions like the media, like Hollywood, like our public institutions and schools. So to say that that is not happening, or to deny that that is the reality, negates the numbers that we're seeing.
What I would say is that the idea that there is a single transgender movement and ideology is disingenuous, and that at its core, being transgender is about separating sex from sex roles and gender roles that are compulsory.
Do you think that children should be able to transition medically?
No.
I think
No.
it just really depends on each individual situation. They should be able to make the best medical decision for them.
I am comfortable sharing bathrooms with the other side.
Yeah, exactly, Chutoy. It's like, you know, what if they're exposed to the idea that, you know, animals evolve? Like, is that a bad, like, you know, just because they're exposed to idea? Well, big deal. It's just an idea. And there's, as you say, like, there's this implicit assumption that, like, these are bad ideas. Oh no, I can't expose my children to these bad ideas. Like they're clearly judging the idea.
Yes, I feel comfortable. Safe? That might be a different question, but comfortable? Yes, I feel comfortable.
What I think the bathroom issue opens up is an issue of predatory men taking advantage of the opening. That now they could walk into a women's bathroom or a women's locker room, as we've seen happen in instances like here in Los Angeles at We Spa. And they go into a women's space, they expose themselves to the women, and then they say, well, I'm a trans woman and you've opened up this space for me.
But we cannot blame trans people for that. And
Nobody's blaming you.
That's the problem right here. Because again, when you walk into the bathroom, I'm not interested in knowing what you are, what you identify as. I'm trying to use the bathroom and leave out of there. What people have tried to say.
At least that is not the sentiment that I got. I don't think they want to give their child as much information as possible. I could be wrong, but that's not the sentiment that comes across to me.
Is that when trans women go into the bathroom, they're being predatory, and that is not the case. That is something we do not blame on trans women. Although you were not saying that, when we talk about predatory behavior and when we talk about like the predatory cases, none of them have been trans women. So I just want to make sure, I know she's not strictly doing that, but because she said that, I think it's very important that I bring that out on the table and discuss that.
We have to have the conversation. Now I'll open up the question. We know that if this legislation happens, if we move forward with this move, there are going to be men who take advantage of it. Now, I want to ask you, is your
and Amber Turd, thank you so much for the follow. Happy to have you here. I'm like, so I'm hoping we can unite on this. Where it's like, yeah, I agree with you wholeheartedly. That there's too much touching of surfaces after you've washed your hands. You know, basically after you wash your hands, you know, you're forced to contaminate your hands. And I've only seen this like once before. What you allude to here. Where I've been in a bathroom where it's like the door it had like a little whatever pedal at the bottom of the door that allowed you to like prop it open so that you didn't have to touch it. You didn't have to touch the handle. Yeah. See, I read your mind. I've only encountered that once. Never before. But I don't see why that's not universal. If I live in an area of flat earthers, I would like my kid to know it's false, and the child should learn from other sources, but I want them to fully equip college to avoid. Yeah. And I mean, that's fair. And I take your point that like, if I was living in a community, or like in a city that like all the schools taught flat earth, you know, I guess I would be homeschooling my children. Yeah, exactly.
Comfort as far as going to the bathroom more important than the female women that will be victimized by this.
Who said female women will be victimized by this?
They will and they have.
No, you're only assuming, but the reality of it is, again, when people are going into the restroom, when people are only going into the restroom, they're only focused on doing one or two things, and that's using the restroom.
Yeah.
But you didn't answer the question. Is your comfort more important than the female people who could be victimized by this?
Okay, so let me help her answer the question. Which one do you think I'm going to get the shit kicked out of me in? It wasn't the women's restroom. The issue that you're bringing up, first of all, is already violating a whole bunch of laws. Okay, if somebody's exposing themselves in a bathroom, that's a whole different environment rather than just letting trans people in. In California, it's right now 100% legal for trans people to go use the bathroom of their choice. So I don't know what law you're talking about.
You're asking this question as if I would not stand up for cis women that were in the restroom, and that's not the case. Nice dodge there. But the reality of it is, one thing I'm noticing is we're reducing a lot of these particular conversations to genitalia, and it's not about genitalia, it's about safety.
Yeah, her concern is the possibility of predation, and that's still a probability. It doesn't matter if trans people are using the restroom or not. Sure. But what you're concerned about is that you're possibly that people feel more emboldened to put on women's clothes and go in the bathroom, but they're still violating the law all over the place if that's the purpose that they're going in for.
Yeah, so I didn't step forward because, and I know in today's age this is going to sound very radical, and but I don't agree with the whole transgender ideology, and so for me, it's encouraging something that is based in what I feel is delusion.
I mean, the fact that they refer to it as an ideology, like are they just like a concession, like it's analogous to like Christian ideology.
And so I don't think that we should be encouraging that by allowing men into women's restrooms.
I think that if that's the case, that to some extent all gender is delusion. If we're looking at historically anywhere from midwives after the enclosure of the commons in the 1400s.
Well, died suddenly. Thank you so much for the follow. Much appreciated. Happy to have you here.
Having their whole trade affected, or Brewsters having their trade affected, and now we don't think of women as Brewsters, or that creating beer is a womanly thing. These all came from social conditions. These all came, a lot of gender, regardless of biological sex, it didn't like naturally flow out of our genitals, and like it was like, we're like, this is how my genitals are, so this is like how my gender is going to be. That didn't happen. That's not life. Like a lot of people who are either transgender or who are LGBT in general, all my friends were girls. At first, I just remember there were a lot of things where like I would kind of like come up against people telling me that that's wrong, like that whether it's something I like, something I want to do. It wasn't until kindergarten that like someone told me that I'm a boy, and I was like, oh, I don't feel comfortable going to any bathroom in this world, like in the current society we live in. And to make trans women the whipping girls of that, I think that's disingenuous, but I do think that we need a systemic change to make ourselves safer. I don't really know anyone who doesn't feel a little bit uncomfortable going to the bathroom.
And trans people are not a delusion. Let's make it very clear. We're here. We've been here for ages. We've been here since the beginning of time. We're in your history books. And I think it's very disingenuous to say that a whole identity is a delusion.
I believe that you feel like women. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying there is an objective truth, and I don't believe in his truth, her truth, their truth, my truth. Like there is truth, and
who defined that truth?
And like it's already defined. And as a Christian, I believe God is the one who set truth.
But who defined that?
Is the truth.
Can you tell me who defined that?
God.
Living in the Bible Belt with religion taking center stage, it's hard for a lot of.
Of course, it boils down to religion. Also, I think gender segregated bathrooms are exacerbating another problem. I definitely agree with that. And like, here's my position. Like, even though I don't think society is ready for this yet, but I'm hoping we get there at some point. But like, yeah, I don't think we should have gender segregated bathrooms. Or I'm all for gender neutral bathrooms. Or the way my university has done it, when they made when they put up a new building, it's like basically there's no like shared bathroom. Each bathroom is like an individual space. It's just like a bunch of doors throughout a hallway, and use whatever, and they're all the same. Like anybody can use whichever. Obviously, like it's pretty much like each individual stall is like a separate room with a sink, etc., etc. It's basically just like your bathroom at home. It's just like a whole hallway, like your bathroom at home. Let me see. Isn't an ideology? Isn't almost everything? Well, so I understand your point, and like, yeah, I guess, you know, it begs the question of like, what is an ideology? What I would say, not that I can speak to a trans person experience, but like there's no ideas, at least as far as I know, there's no ideas behind transgenderism. It's just like based off like, what you feel is what you feel. And that's like if you don't feel, or if you feel like there's a disconnect between how you feel and your outward appearance, then like that is your subjective experience. Then like that's it. There's no other like there's no ideas associated with it actually at all. And so like I don't consider it an ideology. It's just like it's based off of how you feel. Yeah, exactly. Well, yeah, again, none of this so far surprises me.
Trans and non-binary folks like myself to really be able to express who they are. I had to really take on my gender dysphoria in private. I couldn't talk to my mom about it. I couldn't talk to my dad, my siblings, because ultimately I felt like it wasn't going to lead to anything because there wasn't a lot of education in the cis community like there is in the trans and non-binary community. We're talking about a book that was written by man with his own bias.
Who created chromosomes?
Yeah, I'm personally not religious, and
Okay, so yeah, you're bringing up an excellent point. So totally, I believe each room, each bathroom in the hallway of bathrooms in this new building, it's adapted for individuals with disabilities. But like, yes, it is not, since it's a university campus and there's not a lot of babies on campus, I don't think there's a changing table. Just because like, yeah, I don't know that there's a need for that. There are totally bathrooms that have it, but those single bathrooms, like the shared bathrooms, have the change.
I believe in science.
When we talk about chromosomes, it goes back to the conversation we were talking about earlier about being intersex.
So we're not talking about intersex, we're talking about people who were born as a male and they tried to transition. The whole fact that they're trying to transition into a female in the first place shows that they aren't actually that, or else there would be no need to transition, right? So you say, okay, I feel like a woman. What is that? What does that feel like?
Yeah, how does it
And how do you know?
I'm not saying I feel like a woman. I am a woman.
So then why did you transition? Why can't you just present as a man but be a woman?
I transitioned so I could be who I was. I did not feel like I was the person that I identified with when I was born. So I took the steps to align my outside body with how I feel on the inside. What makes you stand up every day and make you identify as a woman? Let me challenge you on that.
I am a woman, and I don't like being called a cis woman because I'm not a cis woman. I'm a woman. I'm not a birthing person. I'm a mother.
So get mad at the terminology, not at trans people.
It's your new terminology.
But this is what I notice a lot of cis women do. The terminology has been around for so long. Cis is a prefix. Cis means same. Instead of getting mad at trans and non-binary people for using updated terminology, get mad at Webster. You're not going along with the times and being educated on the different pronouns and the different identities.
You have to admit, some of the pronouns are kind of ridiculous. I mean, to be, with all due respect, I mean, even I'm sure you have to agree some of the pronouns
I don't think
use.
they're ridiculous. I think they're very expansive. Trans and non-binary people just want you to respect their chosen pronoun. We are not trying to force pronouns on you. Just understand that the terminology is going to continue to grow. If you're willing to educate yourself and understand, then you've got it.
The ability to give birth is a woman's greatest strength. Can the disagreeer step forward?
I'm not able to have children. So I'm still strong. I'm funny. I'm physically strong. I'm smart, and I have a lot of strength. I don't believe that having a baby is the greatest strength, because not all of us can. I cannot have kids due to medical issues from a medical procedure that I had when I was younger. And it's a hard subject to talk about. It doesn't mean I'm any less of a woman, but can we get another question? I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
One of the things that I regret was the fact that I would never be able to do that, but I was honored in the ability to participate it from the other side. Women are amazing. They don't just deal with that, so.
While giving birth is not a woman's greatest strength, I do think that only biological women are capable of going through that process and bringing life into the world.
I need to push back on that because we're also forgetting that trans men and trans masculine people can also give birth as well. And I don't think it's fair to just set it on one group that says that just biological women have that power to just give birth. And we have to be very clear when we look at the nuances of birth.
I recognize that there are people who have different identities. There are biological women who identify as men and then go on to give birth. I would argue, however, that those people are still biological women. And I know that is something that can offend many, but that stands as my belief.
So the correct term is actually cisgendered woman. Cis means same. It means that you identify with the birth that you were assigned. And so, I just really, really wish that we would kind of be a little bit more mutable to the terminology, because I think that's what really is going to open up that dialogue and that discussion.
If I may, I think the crux of the conversation kind of comes back to, are trans women women? And I think if we don't agree there, it's going to be very difficult to kind of keep the conversation going or even agree on the points that you guys are talking about, because if we don't believe that trans women are women, then the conversation kind of ends there in terms of whether they're like men can give birth or not, if that makes sense.
I'm not sure that's the case. I feel like the ability to give birth is not like the end all be all of a woman's like meaning in life and herself and her personality. And I think that if you can acknowledge that, I would also then maybe challenge the idea that womanhood, as opposed to like a female sex, like womanhood is a consistent thing that has always been one way.
So how would you define womanhood?
You sound like Matt Walsh.
It's a good question.
Womanhood, to me,
human women have the short end of the stick. Narrow hips. Totally. Yeah, birth risky. And yeah, giant heads. Relative to size. Totally. We humans have giant heads that do not make birthing easy. And yeah, totally. These are all excellent points. And well, this is the stereotypical tactic of conservatives, or like what they have trouble with. It's like everything, or not everything, but like a lot of things are like black and white to them, right? This goes back to like same-sex marriage, right? It's like the definition to them, the definition of marriage is like between a man and a woman. It can't be anything else. But marriage between a man and a woman. Just because, like, to expand a definition or like to be more inclusive, that's very challenging to them for some reason. Well, no, I think I know the reason why. But like, yeah, where it's like, like the arguments now, I think perfectly parallel the arguments that were taking place with same-sex marriage. It's like, as some conservatives or religious people said, it's like, it's Adam and Eve, not Adam and Steve. And now with the transgenderism, it's like, well, Adam can't be Eve. Impossible. Just does not compute.
It's about standing in integrity. It is about being confident in who you are. And me as a Black trans woman should not be a threat to you. And what I see from a lot of cisgender women is they're trying to deem what womanhood is supposed to look like. I have my own perspective of womanhood. We can coexist in the same world, but the reality is we get so stuck on parts. Having a vagina is not the only thing that makes you a woman. I'm sorry. It takes integrity, it takes courage, it takes lifting other women up. It takes those things to begin to defy womanhood, and there's so many other different things.
Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Okay, so if I were a white person and I said Blackness is about integrity and courage and kind of the same thing that you used to define womanhood, and then I said I want to transition into a black person and I'm white. And I'm redefining what blackness is to fit what I view it as, right? There's no objective reality of what blackness is. Would you consider that appropriation, or do you think that's something I should be allowed to do?
I consider that dodging, and I consider that comparing apples to oranges, because race and gender identity are two separate different things. Because when we look at race, we have to look at many, many different structures of what whiteness and white supremacy looks like, and how white supremacy can be manipulated into other things. And what happens is the closer you are in proximity to whiteness, you're able to weaponize it against other people. It reminds me a lot of Rachel Dolezal, who, masqueraded as a black woman. It really did open up many more doors of conversations around it, but it's still wrong. It's still not fair, because she would still ultimately have a privilege that I, as a black trans woman, would not begin to have.
What's interesting is that we're talking about race and gender, or as we probably like to call it on our side, sex. Race actually has a more understandable structure for people being transracial. Race does actually exist on a spectrum. I'm biracial. Many perceive me to be black, even though I am also half white and half black. We label people like President Obama as a black president, even though he is as well. Race has never had binary markers. It does exist on a spectrum. Gender, however, does have binary markers. As much as we try, as much as we change the way that we self-present, chromosomes are not going to change, and that's just a reality.
All right, I'm going to bring up a little point here, because you talked about the binary side of gender. Well, I was born a little both. I believe I've never had my chromosomes checked, but since I fathered 2 children, I'm assuming I have the correct male chromosomes. So I was intersexed, and there's a lot of reasons that happens, none of which are well studied or understood, but a friend of mine in the pediatric trauma world says about 1 in 150 kids come out with some degree of ambiguity in their gender. For me, that appeared as always feeling out of place. And for the first week of my life, I was in the surgical wards at Naval Hospital in San Diego, getting pieces of me cut off. And then they gave me testosterone for the first 11 years of my life. I wish the world were truly sexually binary. It would make it so much easier. But there is a little bit of a smear. And as a trans person, I'm a very conservative trans person. I don't see the huge gender spectrum that a lot of people in the trans community do. Do I feel better having transitioned? Yes, absolutely. I used to live in a little shell, very large shell, but now I'm much more open about who I am. Is that the only thing that generally defines a woman? No, I don't think that is the only thing that generally defines a woman.
Right. I think there are a lot of women who maybe on our side of the argument who will try to maybe invalidate your experiences by saying you can't give birth or you can't have a period. And while those things may be true, I'm sure there's a lot of other different struggles that you all are going through. And I would truly believe that you probably are highly discriminated against in our society, and it is hard to be you. It is hard to go through the things that you go through and have to deal with some of the responses that you get from people. And it's not a struggle that I would wish on myself at all.
Not a struggle I wish on my worst enemy.
Trans women should be allowed.
A guy I know only against gay marriage, but marriage is a Christian-only thing, which obviously I think that's a silly concept personally. So non-Christians shouldn't be only with them. That's, my stances on religion are pretty clear, and I think, virtually all religions are pretty silly. Chromosomes not going to change. Yeah, exactly. Yet give it time. Well, if I don't know how long, 5, 10, 20, 50 years, but we're gonna get to a weird place. Okay, the technology will advance where a lot of the conservative arguments of like, oh, you can't be a woman because of whatever silly thing, that the technology is going to be there, that's probably going to be like a modifiable thing, where it's like, chromosomes, whatever body part, you might be able to like change anything that you want, to whatever you want.
To compete in women's sports.
I do think that trans women have every right to compete in women's sports. When trans women are on hormones, the hormones break their body down. Having gender-affirming surgery breaks down the body. And so I think we really need to be educated before we jump to a conclusion that trans women are stronger than cis women in sports. Hi, everybody.
I find it interesting that you assume the people who disagree with you are uneducated. And I will speak out against that. I think the research shows that trans women do happen to have a biological advantage against biological women. Even though you are taking hormones and that does start to change your body and level things out, we're talking about primarily people who have transitioned to post-puberty, which means they do have male bone density, male wingspan, male hand size, feet size, lung capacity. All of these things are going against women, biological women, when trans women start to enter their spaces, their sports, and compete against them. And this is really concerning for me.
I think for me, it's not a question of whether or not trans women can compete in sports. It's a question of how can we change the institution of sports in this country to make it equitable and to create more opportunity for cis women, for trans women. And like that's kind of like why I wanted to actually ask you all, like, what has your relationship to sports been?
I don't think you have to.
So I take your point, where I have no doubt, okay, when in fact you can pretty much like do anything or modify your body to your liking, that I have no doubt that, you know, the argument will shift. Like, oh, yeah, you modify, so yeah, you have all the same parts and all the same capacities as, you know, a woman, but it's not natural, therefore you're not a woman. But that's not the argument they're making now, okay? Right now, a lot of the arguments is like, well, you can never be a woman because you can't give birth, okay? So, like, you can't be a woman, you can't be a mother. But, like, I'm reasonably sure, you know, whatever time it takes, we're gonna get to a point that, like, I'll be able to modify my body, to where I can give birth. And so, like, you know, by their current, you know, arguments, I will be a woman. But yes, it would not surprise me if they shift the argument saying, oh, but, you know, you're able to give birth through, you know, non-natural means. You know, they'll go, even though, like, natural is, like, a silly concept and doesn't mean anything. But, like, yes, that will be the typical pivot, I have no doubt. Yeah, it's always the sports. Which, again, similar to, you know, bathrooms, I don't think we're ready for this yet as a society, but, like, I'm all for, you know, pretty much just, like, letting humans compete against humans. Yeah. Because I think just, we're gonna get to a weird place. We're already in a weird place. And I see no reason to continue segregating competitive sports. Even, I'm not fully committed to this position, but even, like, combat sport. I think if two consenting adults like, want to fight each other and they agree, what do I care?
To have a direct relationship to sports to realize that women are being affected by this issue. And I do reject the idea of equity. There is no way to come about an equality of outcome, which is what equity is saying. There's a reason that women's sports are less funded and less watched than men's sports. It's because men seem to excel athletically and they seem to press the bounds of athleticism way farther than women do. We now exist on a slippery slope. If it's female sports, is it then female locker rooms? Is it then female prisons, which we're now seeing becoming an issue here in California, where biological male inmates are being put in female facilities because they identify as women? We have to discuss as a society.
Which, you know, generally speaking, when it comes to this prison issue, you know, they put forth like, oh, you know, men are getting into women's prisons and, you know, women are being assaulted. But like, men assaulting other men in prison, still not a good thing. That's still a problem. Like, nobody, regardless of gender, should be assaulted. Like, clearly segregating the genders for prisons is not solving an issue at all. This is without the conversation of, like, you know, prison reform. And I'm not saying like this is how prison should be, or that we should continue using prisons as a, you know, rehabilitation.
How much we give into the feelings of wanting everybody to be accepted, and how much we are willing to do that at the expense of biological women.
I use myself as an example. This is about how big I was in junior high school and early high school. I used to be able to walk up to a V8 engine block, pick it up off the floor and set it on a table. And if I was in powerlifting or weightlifting, that amount of, that advantage was just unbelievable. I've been on hormones for 15 years. Did it weaken me? Absolutely. Did my bone density really hasn't changed, my muscular hasn't changed. And this is not a binary question. There's a lot of nuances involved.
I just want to ask a question for what you were saying. Can you throw out some statistics?
I don't think you need to have so there's an abundance of research. There's even trans activists who agree with exactly what I'm saying. And your hormones can change, right? And even she just spoke to the fact that her bone density did not change in going on hormones and changing these things. And we can see it in sports as we're watching them. Leah Thomas is a great example.
So if you can't throw out the statistics, we're not doing enough of the work. And let's also be clear, there are some cisgender women who produce high levels of testosterone as well. And so we really have to
so I would to understand your position better, like what do you mean by meaningful, if you're able to say? I understand if, you know, can't give like you know, a super concrete answer, but I'm curious as to what you mean by meaningful competition, because at least in my mind, I still think you can have, or rather I'm really confident that you can have meaningful competition if you just have people competing against people. It's also true, I think, even when women are 100% equal to men, chess limit is entirely different, but I still support women's chess practice. Chess is so low that they alert. Even like, yeah, I'm not sure. Then I understand your position, because like, I don't see why you would want to segregate even proportion. Even though it's like if it's a small pool that play chess, wouldn't you want to like just have people against people so that everyone's included? That's my thought process.
unpack it from all different sides here.
Can you produce statistics about the bone density of biological men and how it changes upon being on hormones and whether or not it levels out to biological women?
I actually cannot, because when I would think of those statistics, I would think it was BS, to be quite honest with you, because the reality of it is we could talk about statistics and the research all day long, but it's about experience. We're gonna be looking more at the experience, because again,
I see, okay. As in like, given the fact that women's chess existed. Yeah, but I'm well, yeah. I'm for abolishing women. I'm for abolishing women's or boys' chess or men's chess. There should just be chess. Like same thing. Yeah, with any sport, really, to be perfectly honest. A guy in my class used to be so bad at sports that he was put in the women's team. That's pretty. That's not only insulting to the guy. That's insulting to the women too.
we look at cisgender women who produce high levels of testosterone and who have been kicked out of sports and been disqualified from teams based on something that they biologically cannot control, then what are we really talking about here?
Well, we're talking about, I mean, data and that is overwhelming, and we're talking about what is also we're capable of seeing with our human eyes. I think it's very clear that if you compare maybe you to the rest of us, there is going to be a strength difference. There's going to be a bone density difference.
But you're just saying that you don't know until we physically do something, and just perceiving and assuming just because I look a certain way, that's not fair. Me and her we could look completely different or whatever, but she may be stronger than me.
I agree, but
she may have much more agility and vitality than I do. We don't know that until you actually do it.
I'm saying it has been studied, it's been done.
And it's been done, we've seen it
But it's an
time
assumption.
and time again.
But we're only going on assumption at this point. Because again,
it's not assumption when we see it. Maybe it's the news cycle that I watch, but I see it a lot. I see it quite often where they're showing trans women beating, I mean, by far.
And you don't see women dominating in the men's sports, right? You don't see trans men going into men's sport and just completely dominating and wiping the field with them. This is what happens when you, in my opinion, twist God's design. And when you go against God's design, you create these problems that you wouldn't have.
It all comes back to God's design. That would mean, here's where it gets like a really, tricky, or nuanced. Where it's like, I take your point. I know I will fully concede that, abolishing, let's say, for example, women's chess, it will disincentivize or discourage women from going into chess. But I do think still over time, okay, that it will grow. It may take longer, okay? I will fully concede that. But I think on the whole, it will be better in the long term. And let's just say I would use I will use, let's say, university and certain branches of academia as an example, where it's like, as of today, okay, 2022, soon to be 2023, if not 2023 already. Maybe for some people. No, for no people. Like psychology, in university, or psychology as a whole as a field, is like women dominated. Okay, and that happened by women going into this male field, historically male field of psychology, and just like taking over. Where it's like we didn't need to create, women's psychology, or rather, study spaces for women for psychology, to like cultivate psychology for women. Or like for very many academic disciplines today, or virtually the majority of academic disciplines. Like women went into men's spaces, and like took over. Now, I'm not saying that this will happen with chess, as in like women will eventually take over with chess. But I do think that over time, like the space, like women will increase in chess. There'll be a greater barrier to entry if you abolish women's chess. But I think on the whole, in the end, it'll be more inclusive, because you'll just have, humans competing against humans. That is my thought process. That is how like, basically I see it playing out, but obviously I don't know for sure. But at the end of the day, I will fully concede. I'm generally like against like segregating just about anything, and that we need to get to a space or a place, that like these spaces aren't segregated. But let me just catch up. Yeah, lowest common denominator. There are sports where co-ed can work, like bowling. I think co-ed can work for just about any sport. Like I think there's maybe, not committed to this, but maybe only the exception with combat sports. Maybe. I don't mean it's the same thing as competitive. I think of it this way: if someone takes drugs to compete in a cycling event, becomes last, there's cheating, meaning they are not meaning. Okay, I think I understand what you mean. Yeah, okay. I think we're more or less like on the same page. Like your view, like, and that's like I understand the need for creating, women's spaces today, currently. But I do think I'm hoping at some point we move in the direction of like, not these segregated spaces. It's also the case that you get less resources to strong talents that don't feature in high-level visible competition, which means fewer women who might be amazing can't get funding. Yeah, that's fair. But that's where it's like we get to a tricky place that I think we see now, where it's like, since you've cultivated the space, since all of the let's say, for example, like the WNBA is established, okay, and you have these women's spaces that are like really cultivated. Then since they're so ingrained, like it's difficult to like abolish or to remove that divide. And that's why when it comes to especially something like chess, even though I extrapolate it to every activity, I think it's really difficult where if like, yeah, if you're going to like cultivate a women's space in chess, and then like you have that environment, you have institutions and structure. Well, then if you want to move to a place of like no divisions, no gender segregation in chess, it's really hard to like undo all of the work that you've done, where like you just like created this separate space for women's chess. Actually, I don't think football is an exception. Because like I'm not for reducing the requirements to get into the NFL, like or for any professional sport. Like if a woman can get through the NFL combine, then like why shouldn't they be allowed to, whatever, I don't know how it works, but whatever, be drafted or get recruited by a team?
If you weren't going against what God intended.
I'm going to take her side a little bit on that. Let me say one more thing, and I'm supporting you on this one. There's a great deal of women that, and actually there was a lady in the last Olympics that they actually
Oh, real football. Okay. Yeah, yeah. Obviously, it's my my North American brain. Even that, like, I don't see why. I think my argument even holds true. Like, if a woman can, you know, get through whatever it is to get recruited or drafted in, you know, a soccer / football league or team, I don't see why that's a problem. I don't know what else to do, which is bizarre and just seems like the far right segregationism steps. Let's see. Yeah, they just can't get but like I view this similarly to like you know, the Navy SEALs, okay? Where like I believe as of today, as of a few years ago, okay, if a woman wants to attempt to go through Navy SEAL training, or BUDS training, they can, okay? And so far, as far as I know, like no woman has fully completed and qualified as a Navy SEAL. Like, I'm not for reducing, but there was a time where it's like, yeah, like even if a woman wanted to, they could not even attempt to become a Navy SEAL. Yes, and I know, like even without clicking this, and it's in the link, like that was an exhibition game. It wasn't actually competitive. There's a whole story behind it. Like I know that I'll click it just to check it out, obviously, to make sure. But like that was like an exhibition game. And this was like yeah, pretty much the under 15 boys, they're like they had an exhibition game with like high level you know, professional women's football players. Yeah, but there's two factors. There's the factor that again, I've read multiple articles about this, that like these weren't like these these weren't like some random boys. These were like elite level boys, soccer. And these were like women that, yes, they were, you know, the highest of high level, but they weren't really giving like that much effort. Like this, this is like I would say like widely exaggerated. Uh, I don't know about that. Uh, like until like I want to see action. And first of all, like, are you saying that like men don't get hurt in like American football? Are you saying that like men don't like get brain damage and severe injuries during American football? I think the evidence is clear. And so and men are doing this like consensually, okay? As in like presumably they know this going into it. And so that's why it's like assuming they're informed of this, uh that if a woman, you know, consensually wants to like go play American football and be drafted into the NFL, and you know, they can get through the NFL combine, like I don't see why that's a problem. Uh but I'm definitely open to being wrong. Oh, and Nota Bud, welcome. Thank you so much for passing by. Always happy to see you. And happy New Year's Eve to you. There was a massive gulf between top-performing male athletes in physical sports and top-performing women. And it's different to the SEALs because even as the SEALs is a high-performance branch of the armed forces, it's still not directly competitive environment. Are you going head-to-head? Sure, that's fair. But that's where it's like, I think this is just like a matter of like raising the bar. Like we're just not allowing, as of generally speaking, as of today, we're not allowing women to compete with men. And so like they don't know what it's like. And so it's like, you know, you can't compete against something. or at least it's hard to train and compete against something if you've never competed against them. Like I don't know for sure, but like just as how you're seeing combat sports, women's combat sports play out. Let's say, for example, the UFC. Like since there were so few women, like you see the bar of performance raised over and over. Or like, yeah, going back, I don't know, 5, 7 years ago, or I don't know how long, but like Ronda Rousey was like the #1, like almost unbeatable. And there's like this huge hurdle for any woman to like get through. But then she was like, I would say Ronda Rousey like upped the bar in terms of performance. And you saw some women like raise the level of performance. And like and Ronda Rousey like pretty much like, you know, faded into the background because like she got figured out because like she raised the bar. So I don't see why, like I foresee that happening if women are allowed to compete with men. Like the golf, the discrepancy between like you know, the male 100-meter sprinter and like the female, I don't think is like super large. Like, yes, I understand. Like, I don't think a woman has broken the 10-second barrier in like the 100-meter sprint. But it's not like they're like so far off.
Disqualified until she went on androgen blockers to knock her testosterone down to a female level. Like I said, this is not a binary yes or no question. And the whole idea of messing with what, you know, God puts up, you know, God put me up, okay, if you want to take that. You know, and I had this conversation with a very religious man in San Diego, and he was like, oh, I don't quite know how to deal with that.
And God made you that way, but he didn't make a lot of
no, that's why I said, like, I know that women haven't crossed that 10-second barrier. Or like I know that like no again, I would not be so sure about that. And again, this is where like I think it's fair to say that, you know, women's sports historically doesn't have as much history as men's sports. Where like it's just like an undeveloped scene. Like I have no problem admitting that like, you know, women's sports, there's just like less women playing sports. And so it's like you're not actually getting like, you know, an equal amount of the population competing. And even with marathon, and here is where I would look into like ultra marathons, where we don't have a lot of good data, but it seems like women have like a very strong advantage in ultra marathons.
People transitioning.
I understand.
No, but God also understands my transition. God, first of all, knew what I was going to be in my life. God already knew I was going to be trans when God put me here. So I don't think it's fair. I don't think it's fair when people dib and dab. Your relationship with God is personal. Yes. It's sacred. And I don't think it's fair when other people dib and dab in other people's relationship with God when they don't understand what they go through. God still blesses me as a trans woman. God blesses you as a cisgender woman. God is embodied in me as a trans person. I don't think it's fair, again, when we judge people's personal relationship with God. Gender identity, sexual orientation, none of that matters to a God that loves all.
Gender dysphoria is real.
I think it is obviously real because many people experience it, but like any kind of dysphoria, whether it's someone who thinks they're overweight or anything, I think it should be treated as not reality. Like if I thought I was obese, I wouldn't want to go to a affirming therapist to tell me, yes, you are obese and you should, you know, get skinnier.
Well, I had the opportunity of working on the DSM-4, I think it was, when we actually declassified transgender dysphoria from a mental illness to a condition. You know, I had been, at that point in time, I'd been cross-dressing for 50 years. And you know, because that dysphoria was there and every single thing I did to try to drive it away didn't work. I spent millions of dollars trying to be the coolest dude in the world. You know, I bought airplanes, I bought everything that I could to just show the world how masculine I was. It didn't work. It didn't go away. And I did therapy. I purposely went to a therapist that was anti-gender affirming. And literally he said, you need to do this. you know, and because it was so deep-seated. Spent 6 weeks as Gina with my son, and at the end of that period of time, he asked two very fundamental questions. The most important one was, it's got to be truly exhausting for you to lead two lives. And I was kind of like, that kind of shook me to the core that my 22-year-old son saw that better than I did. So shortly thereafter, I announced to my family that I was going to transition. My wife and I separated because of it. The kids were not necessarily shocked, but you know, understood and have supported me quite well. And my wife has actually become a very good, you know, very warm, supporting person for me.
Gender dysphoria almost made me kill myself. And coming from Mississippi, at the time, there wasn't a lot of access to gender-affirming resources like hormones.
I asked the same people who are part of the, like, there are people that are part of the LGBTQIA community that are still religious, and I don't know how they square that circle, but they apparently do. And I guess I'm not going to judge them for it.
Hormones, if I wanted surgery, whatever the case may be. And a lot of us trans folks who don't have access like that, a lot of us have to do sex work to be able to afford some of these things as well. Me coming up at the age of 20, and I knew I had a serious gender dysphoria, I did things to my body that I should have went to a hospital to do. That is something that's very, very hard for people to understand. A lot of us commit suicide because of gender dysphoria, and so it hits our community a lot harder.
I do think gender dysphoria is very much real. I think the issue that's happened, especially in the space of science and research, is that we've looked at gender dysphoria and said the only source of care that we can go through is blind gender affirmation care. And a lot of the research shows that this is not the route to go into. And other countries that have decided to do nonpartisan research, Sweden, Finland, have decided that yes, gender affirmation care should be an option, but it really should be the last resort when it comes to treating people who appear at clinics with gender dysphoria. You know, a lot of conservatives will deny and say, well, gender affirmation care does not make them happier. And in many cases, that is true. But there are the cases like yourselves where the gender affirmation care does make them happier.
You know, I know a lot of people that have transitioned, have untransitioned. I've talked with a gentleman at a religious right convention one day, and he was sitting there screaming how Jesus got him out of his gender transition. And honestly, that was the saddest man I've ever talked to in my life. When I looked at him straight in the eyes and I said, you know, here, I don't agree with what you say, but I 100% support your right to say that. And he just literally broke down crying on the steps of the Supreme Court.
If I could interject really quickly, I do.
No, absolutely not.
I feel as though the medical profession is actually inching towards a space that is going to become unsafe for people who try to express their gender dysphoria, because now we have young children coming into clinics expressing this, who by and large, statistically, about 60 to 70% grow out of that dysphoria. But because it's become a political issue, where many activists have come in and say, no, you blindly affirm, you affirm to the furthest extent that you can, rather than going through a more comprehensive process with these children, we have what I think is a medical tragedy happening against young people in this country.
I have been sexually harassed.
Yeah, I think in our society, it's so sexualized, everyone and everything, and I think we owe a lot of that to pornography and just media, and I think the kind of acceptance that I do see more so in the LGBT community of like...
I don't know for sure, but I'm reasonably sure that, you know, still higher rates of sexual assault pre-pornography. Pretty sure. You know, sex is great and let like everyone talk about it and there's no shame and everyone's just blurting out, you know, the fact that we're perpetuating a culture that's frankly, in my opinion, disgusting.
So are you talking specifically about LGBT people?
I'm talking more so just about this sexual revolution, that the more sexual you are, the more partners you have, the more open you are about your sex life and everything, the more like liberated you are. What is consent? Like people are coming out of the woodwork saying, you know, I was violated, this happened to me, but they like drove home with that person. And I'm not blaming them, but I am saying those lines are being blurred because of our just flagrant disregard for any kind of like actual relationship prior to the sexual encounter, and I think a lot of people are being exploited left and right.
True sex positivity has been powerful. It has helped us to grow and learn about our bodies in so many ways and learn safe sex practices in so many ways. What I would blame for rape culture or for a lack of good boundaries or that kind of thing is we live in a capitalist system that has taken things like sex positivity and mangled it and repackaged it and made it a whole other thing than what it actually is.
I was sexually harassed for 5 years by a woman. That does happen because I'm pretty sure it's going to be we're men this, men that. It's hard coming from a man, but to me, it was harder coming from a woman because it wasn't expected. Like, I understand you're going to probably touch on that about how men are more on the predatory side or the more harassing side sometimes. But I just want to let you know that it does happen with women as well.
All through my life, world's biggest kid in junior high school, I basically was harassed continuously for being gender nonconforming. Back then, everybody in junior high school took showers together. I basically had a permanent welt on my bottom from people snapping towels at me because, I wasn't as well endowed as I probably should be. I had, pretty good sized boy boobs and basically was just unhappy being in sports. But, it happens everywhere. I have been sexually assaulted. And it didn't work out well for any of them. It's real. Let me just put it that way. It's absolutely real.
Yeah, I think it'd be hard to find a person who hasn't been sexually harassed in some way, shape, or form, whether you are male or female. I think it's an experience that we all share because we are in somewhat of a hypersexualized society, and people love to make those comments public. I am a podcaster and I do social media for a living, so as you can imagine, the onslaught of sexual harassment is quite vast.
From a very young age, I've had this recurring nightmare of something happening to me, trying to warn people, and no one believes me. When you're not believed that you're a desirable person, and I really don't think rape has anything to do with desire, but when you're not believed in that way, when trans women are experiencing trans misogyny, we're the ones who are least believed when we are sexually assaulted. And it just feels so disempowering and so terrifying when you know that you are someone who is seen as hypersexual, as inherently sexual, as inherently predatory, and yet at the same time you're seen as someone who can be isolated and sexually assaulted and not believed.
I don't think there's anything inherently predatory about trans people. And I think oftentimes when we're talking from a conservative perspective, it gets misconstrued as viewing you as a threat. And I hope that never comes off. And I think that allegations of sexual assault, regardless of who they're coming from, should be taken seriously.
We found common ground.
I think we agreed on something.
We found common ground.
Well, not the worst Jubilee video, but also, not the best. I don't know. The religious, conservatives are like, I don't know, they're almost like a caricature in my mind. There are 7,300 plus male 100-meter sprinters who have beaten the current women's world record. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. And it's like, again, I don't see that as a problem. In terms of like, I don't see why there has to be a woman that finishes first meter sprint. It's like, okay, well, if you allow them to compete with men, and they just they can't compete, well then whatever. Or the fastest woman comes in at 9th place or last place. Problem if you want to abolish women leagues and also have them represented. Well, no, they'll still be represented in high level. Well, that's the thing. We are arbitrarily creating, high level competition. You just mean high level competition, amongst men. Well, yeah, I mean, that's the key difference. I just care about high level competition amongst humans. And you just want to, at least in my mind, okay, this is just my mind, my personal opinion, you just want to artificially induced high competition amongst women. That's all. You're almost tacitly admitting. Well, yeah, excellent. No, they could. And I will fully grant and concede that they will probably have to find their sport that they can excel in, whatever that may be. And also, well, first of all, this says nothing about my position on professional sports and how much we glorify professional sports. This is also in the context of I'm also for abolishing, multi-million-dollar contracts in sports. I think our society places way too much importance on sports, or deifies too many sports figures. where it's like, no, you can have a career, but like I don't think anybody like I think people like LeBron James or whatever choose your athletic superstar. Like it's just like a ridiculous. Like I don't see why that has to exist either. Like I don't see why they couldn't still make a career. Like I'm still for paying athletes. And like yeah, if they couldn't if whoever it is that they couldn't find a career in sports, well, I'm sure that there's other opportunities. And first of all, like most careers in sports, like don't last forever, or like there's a short time frame in which they can compete. So I mean, at the end of the day, they probably have to find something else in with, anyways. Yes, I have imagined that. Like, and that's why, like, this is, at the end of the day, this is all speculation. Where it's like, until we run the experiment, like, I'm all for running the experiment, and let's adjust from there. Like, I'm totally open to being wrong. I want to see it. Like, I'm open to your potential outcomes happening. No, no. That is not the experiment. We are not absolutely, the experiment is not. I don't see how you can say that. Where it's like, I'm all for abolishing any gender segregation. The experiment is not being run, like, at all. Like, I am going to rely on, you know, John Stewart's Mill argument, and when he wrote this objection of women, of like, you know, all the people, you know, society will crumble. You know, if we, you know, give women greater rights, you know, we allow them to vote, give them political power. It's like, no, we don't know until we actually try it. It absolutely, because I don't see how you can say that the experiment is being run. Where like we still segregate sports, and at least as far as I know, we still segregate sports in high school. The experiment hasn't been run, where it's like just let humans be humans. Like I don't see how you can say the experiment can be run, because like the experiment is not being run, pretty clearly. Yeah, chess is not, but there. Well, I don't know whether or not there's women's leagues. Well, yeah, I'm all for abolishing women's. That is my prescription. Like, abolish women's leagues. And like, you know, let it play out. Like we definitely have not created the human category of competitive sports. Like that is the experiment that I want to run. You're saying that experiment has been run. The same thing, you know, when it comes to esports. Like, I'm not for women's leagues in, you know, Counter-Strike. I'm not for women's leagues in League of Legends. I mean, you say that, okay, and you may very well be right, but like, until it actually happens, you cannot come to that conclusion. Like, these are all the same arguments that were put forth, you know, before giving women the right to vote or political power. Just like, oh, things will crumble. Everything's gonna be negative. You cannot come to that conclusion. And like on this topic, I think everyone should read the Yeah, I'm not, but no, you're just saying there's going to be all these negative outcomes. Like, it's just going to be all negative, and it seems like you've already made a position where it's just going to end up as men's sports. I don't see how you can come to that conclusion, because that experiment, okay, if we're on the same page of saying go for it, then sure, we're on the same page. Yeah, I would agree with you. In the short term, like I said, there will be a greater barrier to entry, for sure. Just like it took about 60 years, okay, for women to go into men's psychology, okay, and take over the field. Just like it took about 60 years for women to go into medicine, and they now dominate medicine. Yes, I am more than willing to bite the bullet. That it'll take probably whatever 60 years. Where like, yeah, it's probably not going to be 50-50. But it'll be like some percentage. Yeah, and I'm all for like just seeing where the chips fall where they may. And then like going from there. I'm pretty sure we can logically say that women will be outcompeted then. Say basketball, winner, yeah, I will concede that. But like, it's not solely related to intelligence. And I'm not speaking about, I'm just saying the ability to go into men's spaces. And then like, I'm just talking about the barrier to entry, where it's like, yes, I will recognize that abolishing women's leagues creates a greater barrier to entry. But I'm confident that that barrier to entry will eventually be overcome. Not to the point where whatever, chess will be 50-50, men and women. I don't know. Maybe it'll be 10% women and 90% men. Who knows? I'm willing. I want to see how it plays out. That's what I'm curious about. Like, I am drawing no conclusions, and I think that is the most logical conclusion to have. It's like, I don't know, and you appear to be like saying how it will play out. No, it's gonna play out like this. It's like, I don't know about that. I want to see it play out. Well, yeah, exactly. You're saying you know how it'll go? Well, I don't think that's a logical position at all. Like, I would say that's unscientific. If you haven't ran that experiment, then, like, I don't see how you can draw any conclusions. And yeah, and gaming, okay? And here's where it's like, I think gaming is a great example, where it's like, yes, generally speaking, especially games like StarCraft, no, it's totally unscientific, where if you haven't run the experiment with the exact parameters, assuming you're able to run that experiment, to draw, like, you don't have available explanations. Like, this is all speculation. Like, yes, I understand we have some data about how sports play out, and you can make some reasonable speculations, but it's totally unscientific to come to a conclusion about when I'm saying, like, I want to run this experiment, and and I outline my experiment. Okay, and you're saying, like, I can predict how this experiment will go. You cannot predict how this experiment will go. At least not with any meaningful confidence. Yeah, you say, well, sure. And that, I know that you know that is not a fair analogy. But like, yeah, I do think esports is like a great example, where it's like, you know, we know, at least I think we have reasonably good data to show that, like, you know, the stereotype of only boys enjoying gaming is like largely untrue. Where like women enjoy games just as much as men, or they enjoy gaming just as much as men, although it depends on the type of game. But there is a clear barrier to entry when it comes to, like, you know, women, let's say, trying to compete in, you know, CS:GO, or whatever, League of Legends, where these are very male-dominated spaces, and there's a barrier to entry. And I would say the barrier to entry is largely, you know, social, where it's like, you know, not surprisingly, in these male-dominated spaces like Counter-Strike or League of Legends, you know, these are toxic, generally speaking, towards women. And so there's this disincentive for women to go into these spaces. But then, you know, I'm not in favor of creating separate leagues per se, at least not in the long term, to cultivate the scene. Yes, I understand your logic of creating women's spaces so that you can incentivize women to go in. But then, like, once you create this space, like, it's very difficult to integrate the spaces. But like, I'm open to that happening. Like, yeah, but so far I haven't seen a good example of like, but again, until we run that experiment, like, I'm open to that being run, where like if you're able to show the steps of like how you can integrate like a women's space with a men's space when they both independently been cultivated, then sure, like, great. I'm not gonna make any conclusions about that. It says, like, I don't think it's fair to make any conclusions about the experiment that I want to run, in terms of just like letting people compete against people. Yes, I would agree on average. But again, I'm not for loosening or reducing the requirements. Yes, I will fully concede when it comes to Olympic lifting, for example, which like I know a decent amount about, where it's like, yeah, there will be a huge hurdle to overcome, where it's like, yeah, you might just have a few women, or a small handful of women at the, you know, highest of high elite levels, able to compete in the men's division of Olympic weightlifting. Well, that's a different question. You're reducing it down to like out muscle, where, because I'm not talking about muscle capacity. I'm talking about like, when it comes to who will outrun a tiger or a Labrador, I don't actually know, and it'll depend on distance. Would I suspect that a tiger will, you know, outrun a Labrador over 100 meters? Probably. Do I know how to extrapolate that to 1 kilometer, 10 kilometers? No idea, because I have no idea about the endurance of a tiger or a Labrador. You can come to that conclusion. But again, I don't know. I can totally foresee less women. And we still we still sort of take this into account in MMA. Like, we still separate weight classes in MMA. Like, I'm not advocating for like whatever a 130-pound woman to like try to, you know, compete in MMA in like a 250-pound man. And like, and I will fully concede also that, like, yes, generally speaking, on average, okay, so if you're making that claim, assuming I don't even know if a heavyweight class for women exists, but if you're making that claim, I would say like that is an unscientific claim. Like I have no idea how that will play out. Where if you're gonna, like, if you think like, yeah, I have no idea how that will play out, because that will obviously heavyweight just means weight class. It says nothing about, you know, their lean body mass. Like a heavyweight woman who's whatever, you know, 40% body fat is different than a featherweight that is like, you know, 10% body fat. But if you want to put all things equal and you're gonna say like whatever, a heavyweight woman who's whatever 200 pounds and is like whatever 12 to 15% body fat, and then you're gonna say that they will not be able to compete with like a featherweight man who whatever is like, you know, 130 pounds and still also 10% body fat. Like, I don't see how you can come to any sort of conclusion about that. Well, I don't see it as not constructive, but I take your point. And like, I still like, not like annoyed by the discussion. I just think it's like super interesting. Whereas like, yeah, I definitely have a hard time understanding this claim, for sure. But like, I also understand differences in perspective, where it's like we clearly see things differently. I'm totally okay with. But with that, what I will leave on is like, there appears to be, you know, interesting data. We don't have good data of like, yeah, niche areas or certain areas where it seems like, you know, women can outcompete men, or like the presumption that like, you know, men will dominate everything. Maybe not, maybe, who knows, maybe not so true. Or the extrapolation of like, oh, you know, men will dominate 100 meters, so they will dominate every other meter afterwards. That's why it's like, I don't think you can extrapolate until you run the experiment. I know you didn't say that, but I also didn't say anything close to this either. Of like, I never posed the question like that. So I think we're both putting words. Yeah, and I would say that's a bad analogy. For sure, because outside of, I don't know, arm wrestling, I don't know of any sport or whatever outside of like Olympic weightlifting. Where you're just like literally moving weights, or it's just like whatever, sheer force against another. I don't know of any sport that is just like requires out muscling. No, that we see this play out in men's sports, like where like very often maybe you watch more combat sports than total. Like, I will fully admit I don't watch a lot of combat sports, but like I think it's more often the rule that like technique like you know, within a certain range, that is, it's not all strength, and that technique and skill, like, I think we saw it during the early days. Like, that was the whole point of MMA, of like, well, is it just technique and skill, or is it always the heavyweight that wins? That's what like made Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu like so popular. Do you think most professional female? Probably not. I will fully concede. Probably not. Because like, and I think I understand some of the reasons why. Where it's like, yes, I understand many female athletes, you know, rely on competition in let's say schooling, for, you know, scholarships, and all that stuff and funding. But to me, that's not a, that's a testament to like how poorly students are supported. Where like, I don't think someone should have to rely on athleticism to like, you know, fund their schooling, or to like to get through school. Like to me, that's, you're just like, it's a separate problem. Where it's like, yes, I agree with you, that like removing women's leagues, that might create a problem, in terms of like, you know, a woman's ability to fund their education or to go to university. But I'd rather solve that problem. That just like speaks to a more deeper underlying problem. Like, well, that just means that you should probably support students more. I think that's debatable. Again, I'm definitely not the most avid combat sports watcher, but there was a brief period of time where like I followed it pretty closely. And at least the pattern that I can discern, that there was no pattern, that like, it definitely was not always like the stronger person that won. Or it was like pretty rarely that's like, oh, you know, it was just like this whatever, this MMA fighter just like completely like just like, you know, out-muscled their opponent. It's super interesting. Like, you think I don't know, or I have no conception at all, as someone who's highly physically active, as someone who trains with women, as someone who has trained women, like, I think I have some idea of like their capabilities. Like, I don't think I'm completely in the dark. Like, I really don't think I'm speaking from a place of complete ignorance. Am I an expert? No, like, not at all. I'm not gonna profess to be. But like, if you think I have like zero experience, or like I don't know anybody who's a woman who competes at a high level, like I haven't trained with, or like, you know, coached, and like I don't think you're treating me fairly, personally, which I'm okay with. I don't take any of this personally. Again, I think you're discounting. Like, yes, I absolutely fully concede that like women on average they carry more body fat and less lean body mass. But like, it's the difference between like, you know, yeah, you know, a very lean woman is like whatever between 10 and 15% body fat, and like, you know, a very lean male is like whatever 8 to 12% body fat, like a difference of like a, you know, 5 to 7 pounds of body fat. And again, you saw this play out in like male MMA, especially at the heavyweight level. Like, there are so many examples of like, oh, it's not the bigger fighter or stronger fighter that wins. And again, I would say this is all speculation. Yeah, I think you're coming to conclusions that until it happens. Yeah, I know. Like, you're saying all else being equal, like, you'll have muscle-bound skilled fighter against much, much less muscle-bound skilled fighter. Like, I think you're exaggerating here. Much, much less. I think you're underestimating, how strong a well-trained, woman can be. And I don't think you require, I don't think you require, Eddie Hall levels of strength, to beat, whatever, your opponent. A vast enough golf and mystical prowess will be absolutely designed for. Yeah, you're saying that. Like, so you're saying, yeah, you're going back to your original claim of, the heavyweight woman cannot compete with the featherweight man. I think that's a ridiculous claim. I think that is the fundamental difference. Like, I don't see how you can say that. To me, that is an unscientific claim, without getting into the details of, what type of heavyweight woman you're talking about versus, what type of featherweight man. I think that is, if you think that's a scientific claim, then, well, that's a difference of opinion, and we'll agree to disagree. But, yeah, if you're gonna stand by, yeah, this heavyweight woman, definitely can't compete with this featherweight, male, in a combat sport, I really don't see how you can say that. And again, I say this as someone who's pretty reasonably informed on strength training, and again, who has trained with many women, coached many women. Yeah, if you think that's a sensible claim, then yeah, we're just gonna have to agree to disagree. I agree we don't, because yeah, we can't run every single experiment, in the world, and some of them are just impossible to run in a controlled environment. But I think the experiment that I'm proposing to run is well within reach, and totally hypothetically feasible, for sure. Yeah, you say it's not worth running, and by all means, you are entitled to that. I just don't see how you can say that's a sensible claim. That yeah, the heavyweight woman is just going to be outcompeted by the featherweight man. That yeah, that's the agree to disagree. Yeah, sure. And I'm okay with that. Or I'm okay with seeing where the chips fall, and then if adjustments need to be made, by all means, make adjustments. But it seems like, the sentiment is this is too dangerous to run. I'm just not of too many tabs open. Second. And yeah. Ultra endurance. I think I'm totally willing to stand by my claim, where I think we're going to be surprised more and more, where I think it's also fair to say that we're still in the early stages of the development of women's sports, the very early stages, just as in we're still in the very early stages of combat sports for women. And so I really don't see how you can come to any meaningful conclusion, where it's you have literally, the entire history of humanity, where generally speaking, sport and physical whatever prowess was reserved for men, and then maybe in the last few decades, depending on the country, you have the cultivation of women's sports and women's physical prowess. And so it's like, you know, I just don't think it's a fair comparison of like, well, you're seeing it playing out today. I just don't think, like, women's sports is still like in its infancy, or like at most, you know, early teen years. And I think there's a lot more shocking things to discover. And although this is not a foregone conclusion, but it does seem like what limited data we have, that, you know, that women have an advantage when it comes to like ultra marathons, like crazy long marathons. Where according to, like, you know, this was not like a study in an academic journal. It's just like, you know, a data analysis by this whatever institution. Where, yeah, female ultra runners are faster than male ultra runners at distances over 195 miles. You know, crazy long distances. The longer the distance, the shorter the gender pace gap. Yeah, in 5Ks, men run 17.9% faster than women. At marathon distance, the difference is just 11.1%. 100-mile races, and it just like shrinks and shrinks. And then above 195 miles, so this is like racing over the course of like days, women are actually 0.6% faster than men. And you know, the scene of ultra running in women is like very much in its infancy. Like, this is very much like a new thing, and still like ultra marathon is like heavily male dominated. And like, I don't know for sure, which is why I am all for running the experiment. Like, I think there are quite a few more surprises in store, if in fact we run the experiment. So with that, and I think we're on the same page here. Much more potential than they're showing. And I think there's like way more potential. But that remains to be seen. Let's see if there's someone to raid into. I think we're gonna raid into Jason Society. Moment, gonna set that up. So yeah, with that, thank you to everyone that passed by. For sure, True Toy, always a pleasure. Always appreciate the back and forth, the challenges, and the great discourse. And look forward to future discourse and challenges. And Bob Marley, definitely can't forget you. Thank you, Oily Olive. Thank you, Taler, for the joint stream. Ultimus Frizzle, and all the new follows. Super appreciated. Happy New Year's Eve to everyone. And Happy New Year, everyone. This is my last stream of the year. I shall be returning to stream next week. Probably my first stream will be a workout stream on Wednesday. And then hopefully my goals for the new year are like more science streams, more workout streams, basically just to stream more in general. I'm not going to make any promises. I'm going to do my best. That's my quote-unquote resolution for the year. Yeah, I hope everyone has a great and safe New Year's Eve, and obviously into the new year. And if you're not already following Jason Society, you should be. I'm gonna set that up. And yeah, and also just thank you everyone for the support throughout this year. It's been fantastic. And I'm hoping that it just gets. I'm hoping to grow the community even more in the new year. I'm grateful for all the growth that I received so far. I've been amazed and thankful. Yeah, I just have greater goals for the new year. Until next time, take care, well, and give a follow to Jason Society if you're not already.
But I feel what you're saying. Oh shit. Oh yeah, 4K.